now? Right? Okay. Cool. Everything's working? Okay. Alright, cool. Let's get the music playing. We'll start from Snowbreak first. And then we'll do all the other shit after. Alright. Alright. Let's go get this stuff here first. Oh, what's this? Alright, we'll do this shit first. Oh, we have, oh, this shit is available now. Okay. What else do we have? Let me just dump my... wait. Actually... Yeah, we'll actually dump it elsewhere. Because I'm gonna need to just destroy the things. Yeah, we'll just dump them here. That way, we can destroy the things. And then destroy these ones as well. Because I need those items. There we go. Alright, base time. Gotta love having Freesia there to do this shit. Aw, no plus piece. That's unfortunate.
Good evening.
Right. Let's get that thing out of the way. Oh wait, one sec. Alright. Carolyn. We have 4 plus pieces. We can put that there. We can put these here. Right. And then that goes there. Easy. Accept all. Let's go send some stuff. Right, we'll go send these away. What else? Oh, we have a bunch of these. Claim all of these. Alright, let's do personal files. Right, personal file, we gotta get this done. Right, got that cleared. Alright, what do we need to do for the event stuff? Oh crap, I clicked off the game. Any new events? We're gonna go check, actually. I meant to do shit on here yesterday too, but like, I lost power. So that was Pepega. Supreme Battleground. Oh, that's not open yet, so we gotta wait. They opened up Starward Trials. So we can drip feed stuff there slowly. Right, we can drip feed stuff there. And that hasn't had the cap raised yet. Okay. Anything gonna open this week? Nope. Alright, so let's just do Gigalinks. Yeah, no Gigalink event stuff this week. Oh, I just put in J-Dark. But yeah. There's the new mode there, but I'm gonna like save it. Cause you know how everything is, right? I gotta drip feed everything here. Right, I have to drip feed everything. I'd stall out just so I can meet the quotas, you know? It's so dumb how they moved us to quotas setup.
Keep it tight.
I caught a little bit of the crazy drama shit in Mr. Cake's stream before I went out and touched grass. I didn't get to see all of it. We'll probably react to parts of it later on stream. Because I heard they got in a call. I'm curious on what happened. Today, though, for me, was very chaotic. Let's just say that, man. Alright. I'll take that. Get extra healing.
Keep it tight.
I saw another 7-Eleven get robbed in person again.
Nothing to be afraid of.
So that's something. Yeah, it's a real one. That's why we'll look at a little bit. Lover squirrel. Oh boy. Classic lover squirrel. Yep.
Excellent.
Hi, Kuro Senji. Welcome, welcome. Get that one. Oh, I want that one. Too bad we can't get the Chaos Pursuit. But I do want the magazine
Reloading.
expansion.
Keep it tight.
Alright. Let's keep going. But yeah, my own day was crazy in its own way. I'll just say that.
Nothing to be afraid of.
Okay. Sure, random free experience crap. Do 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 do. I'll just take this.
Nothing to be afraid of. Excellent.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I'll take the expansion as well.
I saw how it would end for you.
Oh, it's dead. Cool. Alright, we gotta just do this twice, right?
もっと近づいてもらえないでしょうか。
Gotta hit the point thing. Are they gonna go recruit another person? Do we not get bonus? Oh wait. Let's use new character. That way we get 30% bonus. Oh yeah.
人と肩を並べて戦うのも悪くない。私が認めるのはお前だけだ。
I guess I'll take that.
闇を恐れる。預かってくれなきゃ。
Alright, let's see.
まだ続くぞ。怪我人葬ってやる。これで布石が揃う。
I'll take this.
闇を恐れる。 怒りはもう一つの檻に過ぎる。預かってくれなきゃ。
Alright, let's see. Cross pursued. We don't. I'll take healing. Yeah, I don't need the rest.
まだ続くぞ。
What's up? Oh yeah, I heard about that. I was out when that shit was going on. I didn't get to catch that. I heard about it, but I also heard apparently, no, the power creep is even worse. The power creep is actually a lot worse than we thought. It's not 15%, it's actually 25%. It's even worse. We'll probably look at it later. We'll probably give it a look later, because, yeah. Juicy stuff to look at. Funny, juicy stuff. Well, it is what it is, man. You know what, if they're gonna act the way they are, they deserve to get fucked over anyways. Honestly. If they're gonna act the way they do, they deserve to get screwed over. If that's what's happening, they deserve it. You know? Like, at some point, it's like, they deserve it, man. Wait, I can't really use any of these. Oh wait, I should have taken that one. Whatever. Usable. Here's the thing, when you're saying usable, you know, not exactly ensuing confidence when you say usable. That said though, it's like, they also just don't have any content and shit anyways. Oh, don't worry. If they do 25% in one banner, watch the next one also have 25%. It'll be funny. So, like, here's the thing, though. I don't know, like, if this will apply the same way it applied in PGR, but basically what they would do is, like, they would have massive power creep, get all the all this new stuff for every element to have their massive power creep, and then, like, a patch or two later, they redo all the content to get crept up all the way to the next level. And then they would do that again and again. PGR would do that all the time. From when I played it, at least that's what I remember. So it'll be funny to see if they do the same thing there too, once they bring everything up. I mean, if he does, he deserves it, man. He kind of deserves to get that permaban if it does happen. Especially with, like, the way he behaves and stuff. I can guess why, but, like, you know, that's its own other thing. I mean, that's his own problem to deal with. You know, what's next? He goes on Kick and joins the other, IRL streamers? That'd be hilarious. If he does. Join the other Pepega IRL streamers, have him go to Kick. He can be Kick Tone. I played for like a year. I played from Nanami Mech Patch all the way up until, so this was like, what, April 2023? And then I played up until like May or June 2024. And then I'm like, fuck, I had enough. Especially with like how frustrating it is to just even open the game. Because of how awful their PC client is. It's really, really bad, their PC client. It's really bad. Oh yeah, we just go buy these every week. Okay. Do we have any pulls? No, we don't. Okay. That's fine. But yeah. Let's see. Fire formation. Units archive. We can pick 2. We take those, and then we want... Well, we want the Vanguard light, right? Okay, let's go with this one, fire formation. Alright, let's see how this goes. It is what it is, man. Alright, that's not what we want. Come on. I'll take that. Fine. I want the drill. Why would it give me the drill? It doesn't. Now it gives me the drill. Okay. Drill best weapon in here. Oh, that's its own other problem, man. It'd be hilarious to see him banned, though. To some extent, I'd say it's deserved. Alright, let's see. Ooh, another Molotov cocktail volley. Let's get these done. Explosion creates a fire drop. Yeah, you see the type of shit he does, man. Kekto likes to do a lot of drama farming on shit and harassing people in weird ways, man. He does do that. That's like all he does. There's a reason why like the Arknights community hates his ass. And like they do whatever they can to get him to keep him out. There's a reason why. You can look up a doc on the whole thing that happened there too. Shit was hilarious when he got banned from Enfield Beta within like a few seconds of getting caught. What do you mean? He does breach the harassment policy. He breaches the harassment policy all the time, they just don't really enforce it that often. He does breach it. He does breach their terms of service a lot. But that's its own other problem. It's just that sometimes Twitch is very pepega on enforcing some of their policies. And then there was that time he also streamed copyrighted content. Thinking he could get away with it. Alright, let's see. We can get that 4 second. Ooh, stunned. But yeah, we can at least finish all of these. I mean, they all have their own problems, but I think the difference is he's not on the. I think I know what the problem is. Why they're biased for him. There's another reason why they also have their weird bias, but Twitch's weird bias is applied in weird ways, depending on your political views and if it aligns with the weirdos running the platform. Then they're a lot more lenient. And they will look the other way. But if you're not into that type of stuff, they're not gonna do that. That's why. That said, if you were to show advertisers Tectone's content, they would not be happy. A decent amount of them. A decent amount of them. If they were to like see like how he behaves on a regular basis, they'd probably be a lot more pissed. Like, that's its own other problem. Shit's why in the past we've had Twitch adpocalypses before. And, like, people went crazy over it, like, a year ago as well. It didn't affect anyone. I was not affected by it. But a decent amount of people were. And then it got led to Twitch making a separate category for politics. Just to separate all the things there. Because especially on that type of stuff, not Twitch, but a lot of their advertisers do not like it. And I fully understand why. It's its own crazy stuff. Yeah. I got that thing. I'll take that. Very easy. The drill thing is just kinda dumb. They made the drill thing super dumb. It's like, it's so busted. The drill thing. Too bad I didn't get enough drill buffs. Because like the best thing you can get is always the drill buffs. And like just have like the full screen wide clear. Easy. Unit archive. I'll take the drill. But yeah. I mean, it's its own mess, man. That's its own other problem. You know, they have their crazy double standards. It is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah. Alright, let's see. Ooh, we'll take that. Ooh, another drill. Let's go. Another drill. Now we can get stunned. Yeah, he can go do that. Good luck for him with that though. He can try that if he wants. We'll see how long that'll last. Right, we'll see how long that. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's take that one. Oh, we'll go give it a look later. We'll give it a look later. I wasn't around for it, but I heard about that. Alright, let's see. Ooh, more drills. Let's go. So here's the thing with Kick. There are no ads on Kick. That is only for subs. And the sub stuff, but yes. That's basically what's going on there. There's no ads on Kick. Pretty sure. But you know, you can figure that out, I guess. Oh, I don't know about that. Kick is its own messed up place. It's not all sunshine and rainbows as you think it is. You can say whatever you want, but that has its own other things going on there. Alright. Sure, we'll take that one. Yeah, you can do all sorts of things on Kick because they don't have anything there. There are no advertisers or anything on Kick, that's why. That's why you can do that. They don't have that. It's a lot looser because there's basically nothing there. Right, hi shonen manga protagonist. Like, I could multi-stream it to Kick again, I just don't feel like setting it up again. I can do it, I just don't want to. That's its own other mess. YouTube will just demonetize you once you go too far. There's other stuff too. It is what it is. The drill is way too good. Just get the full screen clear. Hits everything. Yeah. But like, I wonder if like once he gets active enough, if he'll actually get his community guideline strikes. Cause like the thing is with YouTube, stuff like Kegtone's content is very susceptible to community guideline strikes. Unlike copyright strikes, they don't remove community guideline strikes. So it'll be funny to see what happens long term if he does move there. Oh yeah, Johnny Somali is not famous, he's infamous. He's not famous, he's infamous. Right, he's not famous, he's infamous. Alright, let's see. Right, Johnny Somali wanted to be famous, but instead he became infamous. Well, we'll see how long it'll last. It depends on when the AI moderation stuff that they have on YouTube decides to kick in. When they really decide to do that. That'll be funny. But yeah. We'll see. We shall see. Okay. Wait, not there. Let's see. Thunder formation now. Unit archive. Let's get rid of this dude. And put this spark one in. Yeah. So much shit going on. So much stuff. Maybe we should start terraforming them. Take that one. We can get the stun now. That's their own problem, man. Yep. I mean, I've always been multi-streaming on YouTube since the beginning. So I do try to be careful with everything. Alright, let's see. Oh, come on. Here we go, vulnerability. Yep. I mean, I always multi-stream as well, because, like, makes it easier for, like, storing VODs and stuff. Having it on 2 places. Right, more drills. Let's go. More drills. Drills will do more damage. There we go. Now we have the screen-wide drill clear. Yep. I mean, that's what YouTube's built for, so, like, that's good. Do 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 do. The drill shit is so dumb, man. It just clears the whole thing. The sooner you max out the drill, the better. Fair enough. Only 1 day for drawing anime boobs on Twitch. Yeah. That's its own other thing there. Yeah, no shot they play tested drill, man. It's so overpowered. It just screen wipes the whole thing. It just goes through, clears everything. Yeah, who doesn't, man? Drill OP. Alright, we do this one. What's going on now? First, I don't know who's gonna do this shit on Fansly, but okay. Ooh, we got the last drill buff. Let's go. Of course it does. Oh wait, no, we didn't get the last drill buff. There's more. Right, it stuns, it slows, it hits everything in a straight line, it knocks things back. It does everything. Probably files your taxes and shit too. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Alright, we'll get that thing cleared. Ooh, a last drill buff. No drill buff. Here we go, drill buff. Sure. Well, we just let this sit like this. But yeah, the drill just going through everything in a straight line, clearing everything is so nice. It's just way too good. It's way too good. Alright, we got this one. Alright, that's kinetic damage. Oh, now the drill gets a boost. Even. The drill gets boosted now. Because it's a kinetic stage. Man, these stupid freaking bots is getting crazy. Alright, let's see. I see. I don't pay attention to all that shit going on, man. Ooh, more drill. No, more drill stun. Let's go. You know, I'll just take that. God damn it, we got this thing. Oh, let's get another drill. Alright, might as well reduce the cooldown on charged laser a bit further. I don't. Yes, I actually don't. I don't have time for it. But yeah. I don't. A lot of the stuff I end up watching is like completely unrelated. Personally. So yeah. But yeah, that's just me personally. Alright, let's see. Ooh, we get the speed reduction now. Sure, give me a second laser. I want drill. Oh, those are laser buffs. Yeah, I don't really watch any of that stuff when I'm not streaming. I don't. There's a reason why my YouTube recommendation looks completely different than what you would expect. Like, I actually just don't pay too much attention to a lot of the stuff. And like, I think I've like said it before, and I know it's ironic, but like, gacha content honestly is like extremely boring to watch. Personally. And I know the irony. I know the irony of what I'm saying. Don't worry. Ooh, more drill. I am very much aware of the irony. What good videos? What good videos? Alright. After this, I need to use the washroom. I'll clear this first. I really need to use it. Yes. Yes, I know the irony, but yes. Like, I can't be bothered to play most fucking gotchas either, because they all suck. They all do. Oh yes, I am very fully aware. Yeah, I know. Even then, it's just boring, man. I find it very boring. Alright, let's see. Wow, I got useless turret buffs. Yeah, after I clear this, I'm gonna use the washroom. That way I'd at least force ad for a bit. I can use that to force an ad break so like we get less ads for a bit briefly. Yeah, I can hold it for for like 2 more minutes. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I need to use a washroom. Like, really badly. I need to use it. I'll be right back. You have to use it? What?
ええ、もともとネメシスが開発した対異界魔術だしね。ライセンス料を払う形でゾディアックでも使ってい
Yeah,
ます。
a generous licensing fee to access it, okay.
裏の世界の沙汰も金次第か。
Yeah, and of course, it's the underground. Money's gonna talk.
とに
Always.
かくこれで元凶の尻尾はつかめたわけだな。
Mm-hmm.
はい。
Oh, Fitz. That's true. That's true. That's true. They need to give us more. We need more. More. Right, we need more. We need... Alright, we need more. Something sussy. Something sussy. See, I said something sussy. And then I just said it again. And now I'll say it again. It again. Exactly, that is sussy, because I said sussy, which is a sussy word, because the word is sussy. It is a very sussy. What the fuck? Did you see that? I got sent flying. It's stupid. Mm-hmm. Alright, come on. We got these attacks. Oh wait, we have to... Look at him go! Yeah, leather pants, pole dancing. But you know what? I'm playing. I was randomly gaining altitude from that. What the fuck? I was like gonna glide a little bit, and then I went up, and then it went back down. I think I'll be fine. Probably. Some men in the world say the world is round. I guess they were talking about their girlfriends. I mean, hey. Yeah, sometimes, you know, we do have the roundy boing boing. Right? It doesn't really work too well, the jiggle physics on my model, but they're kinda there. Hey, this is what we had Centuries of Evolution for. I don't. Oh, okay.
Oh.
I'll have to catch the horse and drop it then. I just realized what I said. You're gonna have to miss that. I'm not gonna say it again. You can have it again though. But these off-brands. No, no. Alright.
Thanksgiving, you got the Lay's chips? Yeah.
Oh.
Can't go wrong with Lay's chips. Thank you. I take.
There you go. Gonna spawn in? Yeah, we yeeted him.
This is just amazing. This is just absolutely amazing. Get a life. Get a life. This is what happens when you try to get a life but you fail at it. This is just great. Absolutely. You're just lying around. You know? Just lying around. Yeah.
This turns into the dilemma for most people.
Yeah, cause like...
As you star Cobalt to 6, her matrices just immediately turn to shit.
Yeah.
So, this is the...
Was it the, go to Wall Market. That was a waste of time. Because he's not telling me where I can find the medicine, he's just telling me where I can find the NPC. But I still need the last ingredient. Close without saving, we're not updating the hair. Right. And then it freezes again. Hi Smash, how you doing? I never had red hair before. It's always been the blue. We're just messing around. You mean earlier today? Yeah, because that was just something I was working on, but it wasn't finished. This is another cash grab, yeah. I've seen all sorts of weird shit happen. Right? You should see what happened with freaking King's Raid. I used to play that shit like all the time. Wait, I just did a daily in here? I just got a daily completed in here. That is hilarious. Yeah, Tuesday, what?
ええ、もともとネメシスが開発した第2回魔術だしね。ライセンス料を払う形でゾディアックでも使え
Yeah,
ます。
a generous licensing fee to access it, okay.
裏の世界の沙汰も金次第か。
Yeah, and of course, it's the underground, money's gonna talk. Always.
これで元凶の尻尾はつかめたわけだな。
Mm-hmm.
はい。
Up on the next room. Come on. Macaque. Okay, we're fighting Macaque. What kind of name is that?
I'll cut you in an instant.
Wait. Spider. Okay, hopefully it's gone. Oh. Hopefully that spider's gone. Okay, Frank is really good. That was really, really fast. Okay, Frank, the main DPS is gone. Okay, Frank definitely gonna go up there. How about Meryl? Okay, I'm back. Alright, that feels better. Alright, let's just do Chaos Formation, then we'll move on to the next thing. We get rid of the laser. And then we do the pull, I guess. Oh yeah, hi Bootleg Gamer. Oh, the Raj guy? That guy's his own piece of work, man. Yeah. Alright, let's see. Oh, we can get 2 black holes, why not? Hi Simon. Welcome, welcome. Alright. Oh, put that in there. We'll get the stun. Bigger stun. More drill. Right, might as well power it up. I'm doing fine, I guess. Though my day was definitely a really fucked up mess. Let's just say that. Maybe we'll talk about it later. It was really fucked up. In its own way. Ooh. Let's take that one. Get a 3rd drill. You know, sure, we'll take that. Oh, make it a bigger attraction range, sure. Alright, let's see, what buff will we got? Ooh, drill buff. Alright, movement speed reduction. Alright, I can take that one then, the vulnerability buff. I need more drills though. Alright, we got 4 drills now. That'll help a bit. And then we just need the +2. There we go. Now we get the screen-wide drill. Most important buff. But yeah. Alright. This thing almost cleared. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I'll take the vulnerability boost. All of it is for these buffs. Alright, what do we got? More Chaos Orb damage. Alright, let's see. Sure, bigger black hole. Why not? Wait, which version of Get Over the Barrier is? Oh, it's that one. Okay. It's the new one. Alright, this stuff almost cleared. Alright, just gotta kill the boss. Which is really getting bullied. That is dead. What bigger travel distance? Alright, what did we get as the last? That one. Sure. Alright, this one's at least almost done. There we go. All of that event now is done. So that's neat. That's one less thing to deal with. Right, we got all of that event cleared. So we can go claim everything in duty logs. Right, everything here is done. And we hit all the point rewards, right? Yes, we did. Cool. Hi, Cork. Welcome, welcome. Not quite morning for me. I guess it's 12:56 a.m., but yeah. Alright, what can we grab now? Oh no, we still have to do like that story stuff. And then whatever this stuff is, not available yet. Same with this, not available yet. Okay. That stuff not available yet. Lately, gacha drama is boring VTuber drama and drama between, yeah. I mean, the drama shit is whatever, man. Hi, Flagger. Welcome, welcome. It is what it is, man. Alright. We're done with the stuff there. Before we switch category, I guess I'll do one more raining fire here. Auto clear. Because I'm gonna just destroy the things there. And then get rid of that one. Because I need the materials for rerolling stats. Right. At least we got her logistics set like fully done. For the most part. We're just waiting to unlock like the rest of the shit for her. Right, the Nita's invitation stuff here. There's just a little bit more that needs to get unlocked. But like, we can't get these ones yet, unfortunately, so we gotta wait like 2 or 3 weeks. So that's a rip. We'll definitely have to like mess around with her once we like fully have her like maxed out and upgraded. Because then we can see what she can really do. Right. Oh yeah, I was like working on that one. I wonder if I should like try to go back and like try to get the manifestations on Edgel. Especially with like just how much I actually do use her. Maybe I should. Because she's always very useful. Right. Alright. Let's change category. Alright, we're gonna go switch category. Let's go get logged in here. But yeah. Crazy stuff how things have been lately. Crazy stuff. We'll look at like the new drama shit in a bit. We'll just look at their call section probably.
Authorization success.
Crazy how all the shit happens today of all days. I didn't even get like to see a lot of it. I was only like in lurking Mr. Cake's stream for a bit before I had to get ready to leave to do shit. But yeah, it is what it is. Doo doo. Alright, what do we got here? It's Cinco de Mayo. What? What? Okay. Whatever that means. Whatever that means. What's today's join up? Alright, let me go invite myself. Yep, just in case. No, I'll just leave it like that then. Okay. But yeah. We go through here. And then I got daily stuff over there. And then there's also like the other thing. We're gonna try to do more Plum Duel. I did a bunch of it while doing the reacts yesterday on stream. I was like just alt-tabbing out to do the Plum Duel. But I still need to do more wins on my main, and then my alt needs to get some wins too. But like, yeah. Yeah, and then I lost power, yes. We can still finish that react from yesterday. We can finish it and then go on to the other stuff. We can, if you want. Because yeah, like I lost power, that is like, oh fuck. And then after that, I just went on my Steam Deck and did my Snowbreak dailies off stream. Because I just connected to my phone for mobile data, but yeah. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Alright. Okay, that dealt with. Got a gold nucleus. Need mechs in the network and heavy armor guards on my main. What does my ult need? Just gonna double check to make sure I did my dream machines. Okay, I did do my dream machines. Good. I'll probably just do a one join up. Just cause, yeah. Alright, my ult needs the aberrance. Oh yeah, we have like the stream for like the next, for 5.0 in like a week or something. When is like the exact time we're gonna have the stream for 5.0? Funny how we're actually getting it. Alright, let me just move my ult to the AFK spot. Heavy armor guards over there. There we go. All done dailies. Right, easy. Yeah, one more week or something. We're gonna have the live streamer apparently like just a bit before the thing. So that'll be neat. Wait one sec. I have to do the mentorship thingy. One. 2. 3. Just do that. That should count as the chatting with mentor. Mentee. Alright, that should count. Yes, it does. And then if I go here, I can go to the shop. And I bought everything. Good. Good. Alright, gotta make sure. Then I can summon myself back. Yeah, I just chat in with myself. You know? Alright, we'll just do one join hop, and then, like, we'll do a couple plum duels. And then we'll do the react thing. But yeah. Like, that's pretty much all we're gonna do. Cause, like, short stream today. But yeah, my day was just definitely messed up outside of the thing. Cause, like, basically went with relatives to go to High Park or whatever to go see the cherry blossoms and shit. And then, on the way back, I took a cousin to 7-Eleven. I was gonna buy him to buy Slurpees and shit, right? Because I was looking after him because his mom wanted to go to a store that was like in the opposite direction. So before they closed. So anyways, we're in 7-Eleven, and guess what happens when we're in the 7-Eleven? Guess what happens? Guess what happens, man? Just guess what happens in the 7-Eleven. No. So some crazy dude comes in and he robs the place. So the 7-Eleven gets robbed, right? And I'm just like hiding the kid, you know? Like having him crouch and hide where like we're at the Slurpee machine. As the place was getting robbed, trying to keep him quiet as everything was going down, because some crazy dude ran into the store. He broke glass in one of the freezers, the fridges, whatever, near the front to take some beer. Took something from the cashier, and then he ran off. There was a robbery, yeah. There was a fucking robbery. Like, he just straight up got robbed. And I was like, wait, what the fuck is going on? As soon as I heard something break, I'm like hiding the thing. Because it's like, oh shit. This shit's happening. You know? Right, so the place gets robbed. It's nuts, man. Right? The Wawa drama. Oh yeah, the crybabies. The Wawa crybabies. I mean, that's their problem. Right, but yeah, like, the freaking thing gets robbed, man. Fucked up, you know? But yeah, it is what it is. Alright, I got a match with myself. Yeah, they just catch and release like they're fishing, man. You know, here's the thing. You guys want to play Grand Theft Auto 6? You can go play it right now IRL, and it's probably even more lenient. It's just called go take a plane, come to Toronto, and go play IRL GTA 6. Like, actually, you know what? You don't need to wait for May 2026 if you want to play GTA 6. You can play it IRL today, and it has the best graphics imaginable. You just go take a flight to Toronto. No, you can play it IRL, man. You can play actual GTA 6 IRL. Oh, it's even easier because they won't even shoot you and stuff. You know, they won't even. They'll just catch you and release you. Like nothing happened. Like actually, man. No, you can't. We're not in a team. It doesn't work. You have to, like, be really quick. And snipe yourself. Fuck. But no, you cannot match in a team. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. I'm not actually gonna play Plum Duel. I'm doing the other thing. But yeah. You found a little optimization and main DPSing under Void Piersonola. Do 3 full ground chains, start a 4th, do 2-3 aerial, then do the hold. That's not fully optimal. Because the buff will wear off. Not quite. Fuck, now my ult got the other thing. Ah, great. We'll get it on anniversary. That's why we don't have it. It's for anniversary. Yeah, don't do that. The alpha attack energy is more optimal. You want those to be boosted. Fuck! Whoever this Turber guy is. But yeah, ends up being worth? I don't know, man. Well, anyways, it'll be great to finally get rid of Nola from Frost. It'll be great. What the hell? Why are all these people doing it now? Why the hell are they all doing it now, man? It's too alive, man. Game too alive. The game is too alive. Plum Duel is pain because game is too alive. Alright. And then instant clear. How many more shards do I need? Do 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 do. Do do do. Alright, we gotta get all these done. But yeah, they got into a crazy ass call. We'll look at it later. For reference, the usual rotation, just do 2 ground combos plus aerial full chains, and then hold, yeah. I mean, the reason why I do it that way is because I also put Ray into that rotation. I use Ray. I actually have a good Ray, and I use Ray in the rotation, so, you know. My rotation's optimized for Ray. Do, do, Yeah, but it's shorter animation. Ray's longer animation you gotta deal with. Because you have to use Ray's discharge. You have to use Ray's discharge into skill. So you end up spending a bit more time on field for animation time. That's why. Ray is a longer animation time that you're dealing with stuff. So like you don't have as much time to fit everything. Keep that in mind. If you want to like rotate everything efficiently. I think there was just something wrong, man. I don't know what happened, but there was something wrong. It's fine now. It came back like an hour later, after the power went out. I don't know what the hell happened. Hold attack, that's it, hold left click. Use Void Piercer as your main DPS. Or hold left click. Just use Void Piercer on field. It's higher damage. Otherwise, hold left click and that's it. Just look at my carrot video, you'll see the rotation. You can like look at the thing there, it's time-stamped. I always time-stamp them. Weird. That's weird, it's not supposed to do more. Alright, let's go get our stuff here then. Damn, don't have enough for the last bit there. Okay. Now it's time to lose to my ult. On purpose, wait. Do I even have enough of those shards? Oh, I do. So now if I go over here on my main, I can get that one. Right, I got all 4 of them. Right, I unlocked 4 of them, 1 of each. Okay. The curse of completionist. That is what it is, man. Alright, soon I can get this thing to 70. And then I get to upgrade the eyepiece. Before I eventually work on those. Okay. Now I get to lose to myself. Do, 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 do. We should just, like, we'll finish the react from yesterday. We'll go finish that shortly. Do, 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 do. And then eventually I have to just do Echo Trials and get all the things from Echo Trials. Yeah, main DPS Void Piercer, not bad as play main DPS. Use Carrot Scaling Gun. That's all there is, yeah. Just make sure you rotate it properly and then you're good. God damn it. Don't want to match this Nox dude. This shit's annoying. Alright, let's go continue that react from yesterday then. we'll continue it from here because this is where it cut off. Thankfully, YouTube saves where it got cut off. We'll just continue it from here. And then, yeah, while I farm Plum Duel. And then we'll go look at this one. This is where the drama is. We'll just have to skip to when they get to the call. We'll do that, and then that'll be the stream. Alright, we'll finish this first. I mean, I see how stupid people are on the fucking main Discord. Right? There's a lot of dumbasses that will just keep saying shit. And they'll act like change in attack changes how everything goes for base attack when you're literally just multiplying over base value and shit like that. And like, it's just ridiculous with how some of them act. When you're like, no. Read the thing again. This is what the actual difference is. Like, and you can like calculate all and how to scale everything down. It's not hard. But they act as if it's impossible. When like ToF, like, oh wait, what's your how your advancements and shit work? Right, it's literally just straight up basic damage increase. You can easily, it's like, oh, you can multiply it in. You can also multiply it out. Multiplication and division can happen in any order, as long as you place things in the correct spot. They can happen regardless of order. It doesn't change anything. But you know, the Pepegas will always be Pepega.
You're chewing through them.
Okay.
It's the lowest form. It is so disgusting. You're making the most money for the lowest overhead, and you're chewing through people. Fuck you.
Are they talking about the people being fired?
The entire industry has been discussing and gradually implementing price increases over the last few years. Talking with you, this is just, they love it. They love it. They're waiting for this moment.
Yep, and Nintendo opened the floodgates for them.
From 60 to 70. That was 5 years ago. So are we gonna have a price increase every 5 years? Is that what we're looking for? So motherfucking 2030, we're gonna be paying $90 games. We're gonna be $100 games because of the rising costs. Meanwhile, they're making record profits. So they're making a profit of $2 billion now. 5 years, record profit in that year of $5 billion. They just keep making more, and we keep making less. Wages aren't increasing at the same fucking rate that the CEO's wages are, and yet we have to fucking plan ahead if we want to play more than fucking 3 games, more than 4.
Yep, rising costs, but not salaries. Like, here's the reality, man. Considering the cost of, let's say, housing and food, in order to even match that, we should be, depending where you live, like, let's say where I live in Canada, the salaries should be, like, 400% higher. They should be 400% higher to actually match. Because of, like, how fucked up everything is. Yeah, who cares, Tara? You can play GTA 6 for free right now. Just take a plane trip to Toronto. And you can play GTA 6 for free. You can go rob a store. Hold people at gunpoint and shit. And nothing will happen to you. You'll just get caught and released within a few hours. You can go steal people's cars. Go on a nice spree driving into things. And nothing will happen to you. No, you can do that in Toronto right now. And nothing bad will happen. You actually can. Nah, you go to Toronto for it. It's even worse. You think New York is bad, go to Toronto for it. Oh, and best part, you can abbreviate the entire Toronto area as GTA 2. You can abbreviate going there as GTA. Actually. Because that's what people call it. That's what people call Toronto and the surrounding areas. They group them together and call it GTA. You can turn on the fucking weather network, and like you'll see when like they're talking about the area, whatever. They'll call it the GTA area. Right? You can take it even further. The entire area is abbreviated to GTA, and you can play GTA there. You don't get what I mean by that, Tara. You don't get what I mean. But like, yeah. It's fucked.
Games in a fucking month.
We need to bring back Blockbuster.
Bring back Blockbuster so we can rent that shit.
Yes.
So I can rent the Alien vs. Predator RTS. It's like, I don't know if I want to buy that. Does that shit work on console? I rented that shit. I played it, and I got my money's worth. It was $7.95 rental.
You play a fucking game for $80, $90, and you
Y'all
hate
don't
it.
know about that life.
You're gonna fucking hate it.
Majority of you motherfuckers don't know about that life. If you know about
The
that life,
rental
say,
market,
I'm
that
a
was
OG.
something.
But I'm OG. I was about that life. Hollywood
Yep,
Video.
they got price hike.
motherfucking Blockbuster Video. So the Switch itself was recently revealed to be launching at $450, a price that drew criticism from Nintendo fans, and then they fucking took it up the ass and bought it anyway and
Yep.
lined up in droves
Yep.
to pre-order, crashing all the websites. There's probably a lot of scalpers too.
Yep.
But, they admitted that such a high price was likely inevitable amid current economic conditions.
Uh-huh.
This was before Nintendo was forced to
Sure.
reevaluate its console pricing in the wake of newly announced and repeatedly fluctuating tariffs in the U.S. Tariffs not from Congress, not agreed on by a bunch of economists, but by one fucking person using an erroneous formula found on fucking Twitter.
But yeah, these games are taking
Signing
too
an
much time to
executive
make.
order
They
so
never
he can
finish on
implement
launch.
tariffs like an
Take up too
idiot,
much space,
and
not
then
optimized.
criticized everyone else.
Yep.
Don't be a panicking. Everybody stick to the tariffs. And then he panicked and removed the tariffs. Because he's a fucking moron. Analysts suspect Nintendo may raise prices again post-launch, said the Entertainment Software Association. The Entertainment Software Association ain't got nothing left to do right now. The fucking because the fucking E3 isn't around, so you know that they're doing their job when they warned that Nintendo would not be the only one raising their prices. Quote, you know what?
At
It's
least
been interesting
physical
with the
media forced
coverage
them to
around
actually
video
do
games
shit.
and tariffs because just unfortunate coincidental timing that the Switch 2 reveal was the same day President Trump's announcement. There were also so many devices we play video games on. There are other consoles, but as I was saying, VR headsets, smartphones, people who love PC games. If we think it's just the Switch, we aren't taking it then we aren't taking it seriously. This is going to have an impact.
Yep.
And even American-based companies, they're getting products that need to cross into American borders to make those consoles, to make those games, pieces and components from everywhere. So there's going to be a real impact regardless of the company. This is company agnostic. This is an entire industry thing. There's going to be an impact on the entire industry. And let's just say that there's, I put the tariffs, I retract the tariffs, because I'm playing a fucking game with everybody else's money and I'm giving insider trading information. But other companies will use that opportunity as an excuse. You're fucking around.
Yep.
I'm not fucking around. I'm EA. I'm not fucking around. I'm Nintendo. I'm getting mine. You getting yours. I'm getting mine. I'm going to use that opportunity. Well, I had to do it because they were doing it. I'm raising my prices by $10. I don't really have to do it, but we might as well do it now. This is a great time to do it now. You're going to put it on. He's going to take it off. We're going to fuck around. Now was a fucking perfect storm of a bunch of shit.
China does nothing.
And talk to any financial advisor and you'll see they're like, bro, I have no idea what that was all about. But they are two separate things. But don't pretend that one doesn't influence this, that their companies aren't using that as an excuse. Nintendo, the tariffs, the rising costs of development, it's all bullshit.
It's all bullshit.
The tariffs were bullshit. The fucking company's reasons for increasing this price was bullshit. The reasons for being flexible and firing 500 employees
is also bullshit.
At EA and Respawn canceling the Titanfall game, canceling this, though I hear Titanfall 3 might still be in development. This Titanfall game was a side game, an extraction shooter. Meanwhile, making record profits Let
Yep.
me fucking bring you some numbers if you don't fucking believe me.
Well, go
It's
see
not
those
just
numbers.
EA, it's the whole fucking AAA games
Yep.
industry. It's all about money for them.
I mean, when you get the Switch 2 for what? When are you even gonna play on it, man? The new Mario Kart game honestly looks kind of boring. It looks really boring, to be honest. They got some new gimmicks, but it looks really boring for what it is. Like, especially from when they had those, like, the live gameplay stuff with some of the courses and the new Grand Prix mode and stuff. It looks really boring. Right? Most of it is literally just straight line simulator.
It's all about
Yep.
exploiting artists, maximizing the fucking input for shit wages. And then you're fucking out of a job. You're told to get the fuck out of the office. Also, in the meanest ways, you're not even allowed to collect your shit at the desk. You're just
Yep.
fucking gone. They bring a bunch of security officers. You're not allowed. You get called into an office, and then you have to go directly out the building after you fucking finish. Did you hear that in fucking Apex? The recent person, you know, the new character coming out in Apex, that person just got fired. They just
Damn.
did the work for the new character. They wrote about the new character. The new character gets released.
They already
out.
did. They already did
Thank
their
you for
price
your hard
hike.
work.
They're gonna
This
do
will
another
make us
one.
millions and millions. You were given a shitty wage while
They
your
already
CEO
did
will
last
get millions
year.
for producing uninteresting
They already
fucking
did.
slop. Now, good luck with your unemployment.
Did you forget
I'm
they did it
tired
like
of this
sometime
happening.
last year?
I'm tired of them getting away with it.
They're gonna do another
In
one, I
fiscal
guess.
year 2024, Electronic Arts recorded a net revenue of $7.562 billion. An increase year over year. This performance resulted in a record net cash provided by operating activities of $2.3 billion. That's up 49%. They're up 49% year over year. And a record
Next time they do revenue drops, we're out
$1.05
of
billion returned to stockholders through stock repurchases and dividends. Let me repeat, that is a net revenue of $7.562 billion. Stockholder returns, $1.505 billion. Live service titles, $5.54 billion of the total revenue. I'm just going to repeat, so for example, I'm picking on, because I just got the numbers. Electronic Arts is worth $37 billion, and they've laid off employees for a third year in the row now.
Yep.
Meanwhile, record profits year over year. All right. I think that's enough ranting for now. So
Don't worry,
thanks.
it's only gonna get worse.
Shitty fucking news. Thanks for fucking sharing this news. I'm just gonna clip this and put it on YouTube.
Don't worry,
Great,
it'll only get
wonderful.
worse. It'll only get worse.
More expensive games.
Don't worry.
You know what? You know all that means
It'll
is that
only
it's
get
much more
worse.
important to follow your
Right,
favorite
it will
content
only
creators,
get
your
worse.
reviewers, people that putting in the hard work, your text-based articles, your videos.
Yeah,
on
it's
what
only
games are
gonna
worth
get
your
worse.
money,
Don't
what
worry.
games are gonna jerk you
You
around
think it's
and
bad
try to
now?
fucking
Don't
nickel
worry.
and dime you.
It'll only get worse.
And these companies are just waiting for it. More money to indie games. More passion to those people who don't give in to this kind of stuff. So stuff like Obscura, Expedition 33.
It'll only
stuff like
get
Kingdom
worse.
Come Deliverance 2, which kickstarted their existence.
Yeah,
these are the companies that we need to support more.
Hey, it could be worse. Some people have a 5 head, some people have a 4 head. IRL, I have a 3 head. Don't know why. But then again, my head's also just small. Yeah, imagine buying a game to fix it instead of playing it.
Good people
Yeah.
over there. Broken Arrows, their upcoming game. Check that out. And yeah.
Yeah, so basically, here's the thing, right? My hairline is so close to where my eyebrows are. It's like, I could make a joke and call it a 3-head. Because I have small head. I've already told you guys, I have to wear headphones on the tightest setting. And it's still loose. Wait, isn't that already... You buy them, drive them off, and then they have a... Yeah. I've said it before. I always wear headphones on the tightest setting and they're still somewhat loose. Like, if I actually do headbanging, they're just gonna fall off immediately. Even the brand new ones I bought that are a bit tighter now, because they're brand new, I can still shake my head and they'll fall off.
Yeah. Stop pre-ordering and buying these games that you don't know nothing about. I get pre-ordering something that you fucking know is a guarantee. But in this day and age, who knows at that point, really? And I'm gonna get so fucking mad.
I mean, small build, you know? I got height, but that's it.
They're going to increase the price of Madden before release?
Yes.
Madden 25!
Yes.
$8!
Yeah, for me, no, it's the tightest setting. They still, like, barely fit. Because they're loose. Oh yeah, I saw this like really crazy speedrun. Some guy like found some crazy way to speedrun Eggman Land. They do hire way too many people. Way too many people. Look at this shit.
Go!
This shit's like dumb. Look what happens. This is like crazy. Because Eggman is infamous for being held. But look what this guy's doing. He's just breaking the thing. This guy's breaking it. Breaking it and out of bounds. Skipping entire sections of the level. This is nuts. Keep in mind, like, a normal playthrough of Eggman Land's like 20 minutes. And this guy's doing it in 3. Speedrunners be crazy. Oh, and it gets even crazier. He's like, okay, I opened the Switch. No time for platforming, nah. I gotta go fast. No time for platforming. Gotta go fast. No time for platforming. Gotta go fast. He broke 3D and 2D. No time for platforming. He has to go fast. He has the need for speed. Platforming's too slow, gotta go fast. Yeah, Sonic games don't have fall damage. Keep in mind, in Sonic games, the way damage works is, you die if you have 0 rings. You get hit, you drop your rings. That's it. If you have no rings and get hit, you die. Right? If you have rings, you just drop all your rings. That's how health works in a Sonic game. They're all like that. Keep that in mind. That's why fall damage shit makes no sense. Especially when, like, on the 3D one, stuff like skydiving is pretty common. You'll have actual skydiving stuff as, like, a normal thing that happens. He's using glitches to get through the door instead of opening the switch. The switch takes too long, so he's, glitching through it instead. That one will open the switch. Yeah, only A rank because the way ranking here works is by score. Going fastest doesn't mean you get good score. The game be weird like that. You get bonuses for all this shit. There's also a trick bonus too, but considering he didn't do any, you don't see trick bonus on his score screen. But yeah. Stuff be like that. Oh yes, there's this stuff here. Okay. We're gonna go look at this thing where they got in the call.
Are you Saki, are you asking Saint to apologize?
Alright, so he's like going over the drama stuff.
Don't judge just Saint, judge me too. I'm also just as much of a bad person.
Alright, they're gonna get into the call.
So strange.
You know, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Alright, let's give it a look.
This is my day off too. I tried adding Gateo to the call, but I typed in gay Teo because I'm so used to chat calling that.
Alright, let's see what happens.
That's funny.
No, I just have like a genuine question, right? Like Selkie, and again, you and me have had conversation.
I will gladly answer any questions.
We gotta lay the groundwork, right? Because we're now doing a clown show for chat, right? That's what we're doing. So before we get into all this shit, we gotta lay the music too. And I feel like there's nobody better to lay the context than fucking Mr. Saint Tontas himself. Saint Tontas, what's going on, man?
Oh boy.
Wait, hold up, give him a second. He's probably gathering his thoughts. But yet, who here knows the full context of what's going on here? Anybody want to
They've been clowns for years.
Well, me and Saint both know it.
Okay, wait, yo, Cap, you know the information of what's going on?
The information what's going on. I feel like Selkie should lay the groundwork. Seeing as though he's the one.
Okay, sure. I'm just trying to make.
Wait, there's the chat there.
Back so we get all of our ducks in a row before we.
Oh, they also got the. Right, so basically in this call, you got all the coup dogs and the coup bitch, right? Because one of them's female, so you can't just call them a dog. You gotta call them the bitch that they are, right? Because female dog. So you got a bunch of coup dogs and the coup bitch, right? That's what people call them, right?
Okay, yeah, hell yeah, do that. Does anybody want to add Maggie? Who needs to be in this call right now? Who all's involved?
And they're gonna get Maggie in there.
Maggie, Gato.
Maggie.
If you want Gato here, I'm not sure if you want Gato here. Right?
Oh, I don't give a fuck, man. We want to invite the Chinese, the racist Chinese.
I want the racist.
Oh God.
Sure, man. Let's
Mr.
get it
Cake.
here, man. Let's do it. Adam.
Mr. Cake.
Toby, such a
Come
piece
on.
of shit. Toby, such a piece of shit. Dude.
I'm just here to listen, bro. This is gonna be so good.
Hey, Thomas like sitting chomping at a bit.
In 5 seconds.
Can somebody add in Gateo and Maggie? Y'all have their things.
I definitely don't have them added.
Selkie,
Should I bat him?
I have Maggie.
He sounds afraid, yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, sure. I'm sure Maggie has Gateo.
It's gonna be an experience.
Adam, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go piss real quick before we get
Oh my God, bro! What a day.
Chat, how y'all feeling?
Yo, chat, can we get some
Puppy
abobas in chat?
Yep.
I just out of tour.
Yo, we can get some abobas in chat. Yo, that's all I'm saying. Just a aboba. Oh God.
Chat, get your popcorn right fucking now.
This is
right
about to be.
now, bro. This is going to be cinema. Get your popcorn, get your drinks, get them
This is gonna
now.
be crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is
All this
this
Mr.
is
Tripper doesn't give a shit, yeah.
cheats, man.
He's
all,
just
all
I
of this.
literally
He's there to watch it.
Bro,
the most nerd
I'm-
shit I've
I'm gonna
ever
be so
seen.
honest.
Oh, this is so
I-
I don't want to say it. This is so retarded.
Wait, I got an idea. The circus clowns. You know, here, we'll put ourselves in the Wawa category. Might as well. Here we go. We'll put ourselves in the Wawa category for them. The circus clowns.
Bro.
Actually, over fucking nerd shit, bro. We are all
15
losers. Can we all admit all of us are losing?
15 fucking percent. We all need to go touch women and touch grass, bro. Consensually, of course, because 15% is fucking insane. I want to be honest. This shouldn't have even fucking happened. Like, what is this? Well, you know, Maggie, I mean, Danny's actually 15% stronger if you play her fucking optimally, bro. Like, this is who even cares, bro?
You know who we should blame?
No.
We should blame fucking Solon. It's his fault for releasing Zaddy. It's fucking his fault.
Even if.
No, here's the thing. I thought it was 25% because they found out, wait, it's actually worse, it's 25%.
If this motherfucker's 15% stronger, you can clear all the content, bro. What the fuck is this? Like,
You're
what
right.
is happening?
You're
No.
right.
Hold on. But my thing is this, bro, and I'm gonna just keep it a stack, right? Straight up.
I mean, if I was in the call, I'd be like, what content? If I was in the call, I would be like this. What content do you guys got? You mean fighting the same recycled trash mobs and bosses in another stupid circle with a timer? Nice open world game. I would just straight up say that. I'd just insult the entire thing. I'd just be like, yeah, what game? Nice game. You got no content. That's why you guys are all farming drama. Because you have nothing else to do. I would just straight up say it to their faces.
But realistically, crying doesn't mean correct, right? We all said that. But you're crying on stream saying, I don't want drama, I don't want issues, and then you're like, by the way, wait for it till tomorrow, because tomorrow I'm going to expose the DMs. But then you keep saying, I don't want drama, I don't want issues, but then, by the way, guys, hold on, come tomorrow. Like Selkie, realistically, this blew out of proportion.
Yeah, they have no content. Here's the thing. They never will have content. They never had content, and they're never going to have content. They never had content in the first place, and they never will have it. Every patch is just more of the same garbage. It's just the same thing, just more of it. That's all. That's all it is. You might have a new cheap horde to go whale on, but that's it. There's nothing there. There never has been anything there, and there never will be. I mean, because their content is garbage. That's why they all have account pilots too. Because they can't be bothered to deal with the bullshit themselves. That's why they also all have account pilots. Let's be real.
Yesterday and today, talking about 15 fucking percent, bro. I'm about to give someone 15 inches of these nuts. Like, what the fuck is happening, dog? Holy shit.
It's actually 25%. The guy did the math.
Right,
it's even worse.
That these 15% are not worth all this shit. This is fucking dumb as shit. The only problem I had is that Saint Tonta's video that he made on it, where he criticized some things that he said are actually just wrong, and that the final conclusion of 15% power creep is also wrong. I want to clarify what is right and what is wrong. Maggie came on my stream yesterday.
Regardless, end of the day, the power creep is there. It's there regardless at the end of the day. Whether or not it's gonna impact you now is a different story. But it is there regardless. At the end of the day, it is there. They're just choosing to ignore the fact that it's there. But it is there. Eventually, though, it'll get caught up with them, and then they will get to feel the actual pain and aftermath of that. It's there. They just don't feel it yet. But it eventually will get worse. And they'll find a way to make it worse. Don't worry. Yeah, like if they can do 25% at one patch, imagine how much worse it's going to get over an entire year. Let's say, like, how long is a patch cycle? They have, what? It's 7 weeks, right? So we have 52. Divide that by 7. We're gonna round down. We're gonna be nice. 7 weeks, okay? 7 weeks times 1 point, okay, wait, no. It's 1.25 to the exponent of 7. So after 7 patches of that, over the base initial measurement we'll see, we'll have 476% creep. Well, 477 if we round up. If they do 25% creep per patch, by the end of it, comparing to the original number, they'll have this much creep overall. Yeah. 370. Yeah, I didn't subtract the 1. It's whatever. The point is, they're gonna have that much levels of power increases. Right? They'll basically be doing 4.77 times the damage over the initial base they'd be comparing to if this pace keeps up. That's what's gonna happen. And if it does happen, it'll be absolutely hilarious. It'll be absolutely hilarious. Like, keep in mind, you know how bad that 25% creep number is? If you're gonna compare it to ToF Global, that's the difference between using Roslyn and the test server version of Linsis. That's the power difference between using Roslyn main DPS and using Linsis main DPS. About 25%. That's after 1 year, right? 1 year in ToF, that's what we got for creep. Right? Roughly 1 year. That's what we get. But, like, again, it's in line because, like, they've always been targeting 3 to 5%. That's why if you ever look in Afro's Discord, you see all the funny fucking Doom posting everywhere. Because the number isn't going up by as much as they thought it would be. Because, yeah, the numbers end up being relatively close. But that's, like, what ToF creep has been. The main thing is, like, just gear creep. That's its own other thing. I mean, they're already gonna do that anyways, but yeah. I mean, that's the thing is though, that 25% is the combination of 1 year. That's 12 months of the thing, is 25%. Yes, you'll end up with a couple 100+% after like 3.5 years. Right? After like 3.5 years of that. Something like that. But yeah, Wawa is like, they did that in one banner. Right? They did that after one banner. Here's the thing. Actually, you know what? Let's go look at Maggie's Fenrir video. Let's look at Maggie's Fenrir video. Let's see how it compared to, like, the mess with Fenrir. This fucking clown is crazy with his SEO optimization. You see him as the first video, man. She should, like, actually, we should, like, have him, like, reported for harassment. Get it reported. Let's see if we can get him banned off YouTube. We should. But, like, yeah. Let's go search up Fenrir. Fenrir analysis initial one. This is from 2.5 years ago.
Fenrir's here.
Let's see. Where's the math here for this one for the time? That's matrices comparison. Where is the overall comparisons here? Keep in mind, this was Fenrir release. This was when Fenrir released. Okay? And people were going crazy over Fenrir creep. But this is using Fenrir here comparing to other elements at the time of Fenrir released. And people went crazy over this. Okay, old Volt is 238k. Versus 283k was the highest here. This is what they're comparing to. Fenrir creep wasn't even that big. what's funny is we go back to the thing that people like to point out. And then it's like, what? Here's the thing. This is Maggie's video. March 7th, 2023, 2 years ago. Right, 2 years and a month ago. When Fenrir released on Global. Yeah. And here's the thing. Here's the thing that people forget though. The problem is you can't even measure it properly because at the time, the only content where you actually scaled for power was Bygone. And in Bygone, Nemesis' main DPS is actually stronger. The thing is, Nemesis' main DPS had a weird hidden multiplier where in Bygone, anytime you're using anything under the original Nemesis value, the damage is boosted by 50%, which is not factored in these calcs. Keep that in mind. So whatever Nemesis' damage value was worth, it's actually a little bit higher than this. I'm like, it's probably like that 238 is probably in practice for Bygone because sequential was just like the mini game round stuff still at the time. Right, it was like the mini game stuff. It's actually a lot closer in practice if we actually consider that. Because like it was, the thing is with Tion, as long as you did dodges and shit, you would still trigger his stuff regardless of who was on field. And because Nemesis got a big damage boost in Bygone, and it would apply to the background damage that you were doing, the reality is you would switch it up a bit. I think it's like a 20% increase overall of that 238. But like it basically puts it pretty close, but still behind. Of course, this is also not factoring in Fenrir's damage, ignoring and bypassing enemy resistance stuff. But considering like a Bygone resistance is like 37%, that would be like, for Fenrir's damage only, about like a 10-15% gain. It's like within line there. And then the flame one is its own other thing, because like Annabella has the thing where gas shots ignore resistance, and then she applies the resistance shred debuff. So the actual number here is also higher when you factor that stuff in. Frost didn't have any of that stuff, neither did Fizz. And then Fizz would get another big boost from Grievous in group content. It wasn't, no. It was not the strongest for that. No, it wasn't. The only reason why Fenrir was the strongest was because the last unit released, but no. But like, yeah. And it still wasn't that big. And you're comparing to like older thing, if you compare it to other element. Because here's the thing. What they're comparing to is one banner creep. Right? And if we're going to compare it to Fizz, which was released before Fenrir, right? It's not even creep. Unless you count the until you count the res ignore stuff. Which is a little bit of an increase. It's about like what? For like 30% of your damage, you ignore the resistance ignore effect. Right? So it's like what? You take the 283k, right? You multiply that by 0.3. Alright, and then we multiply that by we'll just say 0.37 for the thing there. And then we add that back to 283. So it's 314. You divide that by 283. It's 10%. It's 10-11%. People were acting like it was some crazy thing going on. But yeah. It doesn't really matter, man. Because they were comparing to an older shit that didn't even measure properly. Because Fenrir had, not Fenrir, Nemesis, it's still in game, by the way. Nemesis gets a 50% damage boost in Bygone all the time. There's like a lot of weird, in the early 1.0 units, there's a lot of them that have really weird buffs in Bygone that like people don't even pay attention to or know about. They actually did matter back in the day. They don't matter anymore because they're all irrelevant. But back in the day, they had some weird shit going on.
With the Rainbow Comp.
But yeah, like even at its worst, right? This is like at its worst. You know, that was only about 10-11% creep in one banner. That was the worst it ever was. Right? Like that's the funny part. This is hilarious. Like, even at its worst. Even at its worst, hold a Maggie number. That's more than double. That's more than double Fenrir's impact on global on release. Found a funny thing. Found a funny thing. Found the funny thing. Booyah. Okay, here's the thing, right? Before, this is including Umi here, right? This is Fenrir stuff here. Fenrir Lintion over here. This is the Umi, Lyra, Claudia, right there. And this is Triple Frost right here. With Frigg, Alice, and Saki. And then this is the flame one with Ruby, Annabella, Cobalt. That's over here, I think it was. Like, that's basically what we're looking at over here. Right, that's what we had. But, like, it's like, you know what? People were freaking out over Fenrir creep, but looking back, even at its worst, it's still nowhere near that bad. Yeah, that's its own other thing, but like, that's the thing there, you know? Also, here's something else that's not like factored into. Relics is not factored into this, and considering at the time all we had was like Kuint hologram and then the shield thing, right? So there's a funny thing with hologram projector. Samir main DPS and Umi main DPS specifically have very weird behavior because they have like damage proccing effects, and for some reason the hologram will trigger all their shit independently but still count as full damage. So like part of the damage from Samir and Umi as main DPS from the time would actually deal 100% damage instead of 50% damage from the clone thing, which is its own weird bizarre stuff at the time that you could do. This was also back when relic stacking in Bygone was a thing as well. Back when we had relic stacking in Bygone and stuff. Right? This is like Fenrir release. We didn't have like the only like stronger like battle pass relic we had available yet was just the Kuin 2. Because the what's it called? The overdrive shot wasn't until I think it was either Fiona release or Ganano. It was around that time. It didn't even have it yet. Not like any of these comps could make use of it because of how they functioned. But yeah, like that stuff wasn't available yet. And like, we're not even at 3.0 relics or whatever yet either. For the time when you consider everything, it's like, wait, you know? That's interesting, you know? Just looking back. Right? Like, that's for context there. People like to freak out over it back then, but it's like, funny when we look back at those Fenrir numbers. It's like, wait. Was it really as bad as people acted about it? Was it really as bad as it was? Yeah, because they were fucking overreacting. That's why. They saw people doing it. Here's the thing, right? The only reason why it felt worse like that was because it had a high floor. Basically what happened was you just pulled A1 Fenrir, and you got most of the way there, and the advancements on Fenrir did fuck all. That was pretty much why. They barely changed. Fenrir A3 basically gave like a cheat death, and a little bit of extra AoE proc damage, but the AoE proc damage did not bypass a lot of stuff. And then A6 gave a small crit rate increase. Right? And at the time, the way crit rate stuff worked, they fixed the crit resistance stuff. So like, we didn't value crit rate that much, but yeah. Yeah. It is what it is. Oh yeah, it is. It's like slowed down a lot more. It is vastly different now. Alright, but yeah. It's just funny.
Today I have the what. She clarified very clearly.
You know what's funny though? It's like they were mad over this, but the Wawa situation's even worse. If they're mad over this, the Wawa situation is far worse. Because the Wawa situation is even higher. And they were mad over that. But yeah, you saw someone do 9 billion parse main DPS with Brevi? You can do more with Brevi than that. 9 billion is not surprising, to be honest. Yeah, they can do more. It depends on your matrices though. But yeah.
Percent under the most accurate calculations, with Sweat being there, with Sweat criticizing everything that was potentially
What's the progress calculator
wrong.
in case nobody knows, just so you guys know for the context.
Yeah,
Continue.
yeah, he is also a theory crafter. He criticized everything that he could, and we still came out at the same conclusion. So I think calling the conclusion that Maggie's 15% power creep is wrong or a lie or misinformation, that she has an agenda, that is wrong, and I think that video should be either edited or taken down and corrected into what it actually is. That's
okay,
my
now I have a
opinion.
genuine question real quick. I have a genuine question as a neutral party, neutrally speaking, because I've been sitting here watching this shit, right? That is not what your stream has turned into. Let's be real.
I know, and I'm
hold on
sad
one
about
second.
that. I know,
yes,
and
but
I'm very sad about that.
But realize that that is not anyone else's fault other than the
All
fact that you are turning your stream into something different, right? So if the intention of the stream was to say, yo, you know what, man, I'm not gonna lie to you, this 15%, it's true, fine, but that is not what has happened. What has happened is you're taking your
You're right. The 15% is not true because it's 25.
Out on Saint on live twice
I don't know,
and then
man.
milked it, but then said you're not milking it.
I don't know.
grandstanding.
We're just
Do you
reacting to
understand
this.
How fucking crazy that is. It's continuous grandstanding.
At this point, doesn't matter who leaked it. The fact that they were leaked in the first place is what matters, not who leaked it. It happened.
Literally watching
We get
from
to
the
see
side,
what's
bro.
involved.
I got no fucking reason to side with anyone, right? But does that make sense? Because if that was the original intention, we got now a bunch of people. By the way, hello, Maggie. We have a bunch of people in call right now over something when you're like, I just want peace. No, you don't. Realistically, at the end of the day, if you wanted peace, this wouldn't be the course of action. And I'm going to pivot off of that as well to keep it a stack. Realistically speaking, you, me, no one else, including Techie, I love you, we are not Maggie or Saint Tontas. There is built up problems there that have occurred over 9 months, which I think is very fair to say. And for us to police Saint's actions because we possibly might like someone is not fair. Have we all spoken to Saint before in private? For sure. Have I said I agree with everything Saint does? No, but have you heard of 50 Cent and Ja Rule? I mean, Ja Rule tried to get 50 killed. 50's going after that motherfucker to the end of time. Is it ruthless? Maybe, but what the fuck? Like, what do you expect? Like what do you expect? Not
Wait, so is my character coming into question via this debate right now? If I
No. Your character's not coming into question. I'm saying that all of us are not involved. It's two separate human being adults that are fighting. And to say,
I wouldn't say. I wouldn't say Saint Tontas is an adult.
But then what happens? You can't.
He's definitely not.
Crash out on someone for not handling it that way. Saint, let's be honest, bro. How when you and me interacted, you and me first got into a call and you cooked my ass, right? You told me, yo, you're being a dickhead, straight up, right? The first time me and Saint met, it was because I was a dickhead to him. He's like, yeah, no, you're being an ass. And I'm like, you know what? That's my fault, OG. And then over time, me and Saint have just spoken about things in private. Hey, I don't agree with you this. I agree with you here. All right, cool. It is what it is. But like, you understand what you were doing now, right? Maybe you don't understand. I will give you the benefit of the doubt. But we are now
he's an adult with childish mentality. Yep.
Watching because you are pivoting.
More than that, we're on live on Twitch and YouTube.
There you go. YouTube, what the fuck's going on, dogs? So yeah, just so you know.
Yeah.
Good. So
yeah, do you know the term cry bullying is, Selkie?
No. What is that?
Yeah, essentially it's where somebody goes and cries and says, "Look, I feel sad," which means that I'm right, and then if you don't listen to me,
I never said I'm right because I cried.
The fuck?
Well, you did say. Didn't you see how sad I was yesterday? Like, you did say that verbatim.
I did say that, but it never served as the argument that I'm right. Like,
well, but I think you would agree what it would lead people to think.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
I don't see. I understand.
Yeah, you don't agree he's gonna attack, man.
That I cried can be seen.
You call him a quantum adult, both simultaneously an adult and not an adult.
So people believe me.
Schrodinger's
like
adult. Yeah.
I just got.
It's
really
alive but not
emotional
alive.
Unexpectedly.
An adult but not an adult.
Sad. If I do what I do has nothing to do
Good
with
idea.
my crying. I literally said today what I'm doing is also wrong. And
but like
that is factual.
But you admit that like you were like really emotional yesterday. So why then would you go live the next day still being like extremely emotional?
Yes, I thought about this.
Like you admitted earlier that like, oh no, I don't even know if what I'm doing is right anymore. Like why would you then go live the next day still in that state?
I felt like I was in a dilemma where unfortunately we obviously have the situation where Saint is to some degree rightfully upset at Maggie and goes against her, and to some degree I can understand it because Maggie has wronged him to some extent, and he made videos on her, and to some degree I can accept that. But when he keeps making videos on Maggie and keeps calling her out for some things that I even then proceed to prove right, that kind of
he feels wrong. What the hell did Maggie do?
I kind of want to clarify the situation.
Oh no, she did math.
I kind of want to clarify the situation, and I was really unhappy with it. And yesterday, to get to the actual point, yesterday I was really emotional and I said that, well, you're calling out Maggie for lies, so let's see, Saint, if you also never lie, or if you also sometimes lie to serve whatever point.
Still no facts that she did something wrong. Exactly.
1,000,000%.
She's just staying in her lane. Exactly.
Because there was not a single
Yes.
video made about you. There's not like a single mention made about you.
Yes.
You just decided like on your own whim that you wanted to be a part of this. And so
Yes.
this whole like dilemma that you're talking about over here, right? Let's be entirely honest. This is 1,000,000% self-inflicted.
Yes,
Like,
it is.
You wanted to get in on this.
No, it's not that I wanted to get in on this because it's a calculated plan for my growth as a content creator. I want to get on this because I genuinely have empathy for Maggie, and I don't think she deserves that much negativity. That is the main
Yeah, the
reason.
rats, because she mentioned Wawa community crazy. Yep.
Because I want to clarify to the public where she's right and where she's wrong.
But
I just think it's kind of dangerous where you're gonna moral Granton and say you hate drama and then cause drama. Like, what is that?
Yeah, that is dumb of me.
I mean, it's
You're 100%
Clown,
right.
Tone Test, Tech Tone, and their entire group
As I've stated previously,
that are just
I even asked you in
awful.
your chat and you didn't answer, and it's fine. But like,
It's just
I'm not
their
trying to be a
entire
dick to you,
group,
but
right?
This is really infuriating because, like, bro, you again. The original
Basically,
point,
the
let's say it was
awful,
right.
the awful ones here is this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, maybe. Except for then this guy is just here, being dragged in, looking at the stuff with Maggie over there. Basically, right? And I think that there's more people that join in later, so we'll see even more clowns. And here's what happens, man. If they ever come to me, we just ignore them and farm them, and that's it. We get their hate watchers, and we can just leave them there.
Listen, 15%. Who the fuck cares? If it was
We
right,
get to just get
why are
popcorn
we
and
having
laugh
this
at them.
conversation today? The conversation, whether you consciously aware of it or not, is because you
Like,
apparently don't like saying
The reality is, out of all the people in here, with the exception of Maggie and maybe this guy, I have less respect for all of these people here than the guy who fucking robbed the 7-Eleven I was at when I was buying Slurpee for myself and another one for my cousin, and we were trying to hide. I have less respect for all of these guys than I have for the guy who robbed the 7-Eleven and would basically had us hide in panic, right? But obviously try to be quiet because, you know, don't want shit to happen. I have more respect for that guy than any of these guys, even if you combine them. With the exception of Maggie and maybe this guy, because I don't know who the hell this guy is. All I know is this stuff was involved in there. I have more respect for that guy who robbed that 7-Eleven.
And this was when you said green light. And then 2 weeks later, this is now coming up as a gotcha moment, and then using a screenshot from like another website or whatever, that is no relevance to the original point. So it has been pivoted, right? It has been pivoted from, hey, I want to show Maggie's right,
If
to
that
now,
was the
hey,
case,
let me show
then
you why Saint
never-
also a piece of fucking shit. And then you're like, by the way, I don't hate anyone.
That
I'm
would be
not
a
trying to
crazy
cause
plot
drama.
twist,
don't
but
want
I
drama.
doubt it.
However, here's the truth.
I doubt
But
it.
In reality, I don't even know if it's a fucking truth.
I
And again,
doubt
it's
it.
a self-insert into beef that don't involve you. And as you said even earlier today on stream, you exaggerated to Saint because you were emotionally invested in the issue and felt bad about, you felt betrayed by Maggie. And so you were like, yeah, and you know what? Maybe she wasn't that harsh, but I exaggerated a bit to Saint. How the fuck is Saint gonna know that?
Here's my other
Yeah,
thing.
Saint
If this
can't
beef
know
is
that.
between
You're
Saint
right.
and Maggie, why the fuck hasn't Maggie talked a single time and all I'm hearing is Selkie? Like, like, are you for Guardian or what's going on? Like, what's good?
I'm not a guardian. I'm just too empathetic and too emotional. That's just
feels
genuinely
like
my
a-
reason.
This feels like an MTAST Hex Juice Tectone situation. You know what I mean? Like, this could have all been avoided.
I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I
right?
agree. This could have all been avoided.
So this is the thing. I feel like you kind of self-inserted and made this way more dramatic than it needed to be by going ahead and saying that I went ahead and was like openly leaking your DMs. You do realize that the DM that I showed didn't even have your name on it, and then you said it belonged to you. And then
Yeah.
just proceeded to like go even further and further with that. So it's like literally nobody knew it was from you in the first place. And it could have been literally just the same exact thing as me just reading it out loud, but not showing it. It's like it doesn't even really matter that
Yep,
much.
rat
because I didn't say it
behavior.
was from you. And so I guess the mere act that your name wasn't shown after giving.
But hey, we can look at this while I go farm shards from the event. I can farm the Plum Duel event while all this goes down. I can multitask. Great thing to do, right? I can do this while I do Plum Duel.
I feel
it's
like
great.
the conversation we
Efficient.
had before,
very
where
efficient.
we have talked, that
Yeah.
I have told you specifically, and you know that Maggie has negatively affected my stance towards you. You know that is true. I've confirmed that. I've said, considering that, it is fine for you to go
They
on
blame
stream,
Maggie
on
because
stream.
now because Maggie not mentioned 25,
Video.
but only 15 instead. Actually, wait, is that what happens? Is that what happens? Because I was touching grass. I didn't I wasn't there when this shit was going down.
Didn't specify that you shouldn't leak my DMs apparently.
What are we even trying to talk
You can finally get to HR 500. This drama goes on for 24 hours. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like we're kind of derailed. So
Yeah.
we're all gathered here right now. So what the heck are we trying to talk about? Like, what are we trying to clear up here?
That's what I'm wondering.
I'm wondering that too, because like genuinely, like I know I'm in the wrong. I know I'm in the wrong. I don't think anyone needs to call me out on that.
Yeah, make
I'm
you on
literally
point.
fed into the same problem
Sounds about right.
that I'm calling out, and I'm aware of that. I'm doing the same mistake that I'm criticizing, and we are very clearly seen today on stream from both sides that I am a hypocrite, a liar. No, am I a liar? Am I?
Now Maggie theory crafting
so
false
much
just
over
because
this, so then,
prove the wrong
Zane
percent of that.
and Maggie, do y'all need to go at each other, or are y'all good?
I mean, like, the thing is, the thing with Maggie's calcs, right? It depends on what gear set you use. Because the reality is, Wawa's gearing is so awful, and, like, the range is so absurd, that you can end up measuring stuff with a much, much higher stat budget across the board. And that will change the numbers across the board. And by change and having an impact, I don't mean for the better, but for the worse. Especially when you dilute and bloat more stats. Things will just get far worse in that case. But then again, that's what happens when, like, theoretically, you know, a max echo piece alone, the substats would have 5/3 of the value of the stat budget value of the main stat per slot. And you amplify that by all 5 slots, right? Assuming all 5 substats are actually useful, it's pretty drastic how much of an impact that can make. Especially because, like, over base, you instead have a different situation where, like, instead the substat value is basically just the substat total stat budget is roughly the same as the main stat budget, rather than 5/3 being added on top, which is its own crazy mess. But yeah, it's just the variance range is absurd. Right, like, if you thought, like, the gear difference in, like, ToF before the gear stuff is gonna get boosted was kind of big, it's even bigger than that. It's a lot wider. And then sweaty rotation plus a shit ton of practice equals a normal rotation. Yeah. These guys don't know shit about stuff being difficult, man. All they play is shit gacha games where all they do is push 2 buttons, switch to the next character, to then push 2 buttons again, and then repeat it in a loop. They're not really doing anything crazy. Like, all things considered. They're not. They're not doing shit, man. And, like, all of these freaking gachas with combat and stuff like that, they're all basically the same to some extent. Some of them will even have more buttons. You can be like soul leveling, where you have, like, 5 buttons and then 2 character switching slots or something. And it feels like 5 buttons or something. Ridiculous. Right? But anyways, you literally just have 2. And even then, it's just press them in order and that's it. It's not anything crazy. Right? Like, it's not. You don't use all the buttons on a controller. You don't use more than, like, WSAD and, like, 4 buttons on your keyboard when you're playing these. You know? That's it. We're just reacting to the clown circus Vibex. But hey. Or we're just doing that while I farm something else in the background.
There's a fundamental few things that we
Oh yeah, but yeah, they can't ignore the fact that there's power creep in a gacha game now.
My initial claims in the first
And then they claim there's no power creep. I mean, here's the thing, right? If they do what they did in PGR, it'll be hilarious. Cause it's like, what would happen is like, it felt like there's nothing first, and then randomly, suddenly, they just change all the pain cage bosses. They remove all the old bosses, they rotate a bunch of new ones that are a lot tankier, take less damage, have a lot more HP, and have like the specific elemental weaknesses amplified further. Or they'll go change the calculation and stuff in Warzone, and then they'll just randomly, drastically, increase the HP of everything in there, change how the mobs will spawn in waves as well. They'll do it randomly, like when you don't even notice it. And then you'll feel a massive difference, especially if you use like an older comp when they would do those shifts. I remember just like seeing that out of nowhere. I forget where I saw like that really big shift back when I played PGR. Was it like, I think it was around the time they released Karenina Dark or something? When I noticed like, what the fuck is going on with Warzone? But yeah. They obviously, new character can clear faster than old character, yeah. That's its own other mess, but I mean, at the end of the day, right? It's not like it really matters, because the reality is, pulling for meta in these games is a waste of time if you don't actually care for the character, you don't like them. Because the reality is, you go and look at the rewards from the endgame content, they're fucking dog shit, right? Let's say you use, I don't know, 9 characters to go clear TOA. You go pull a character to clear it, you get 700 premium currency for max rewards, right? But you use 9 characters. So the actual character is worth 1/9 of your reward there, right? So 700, divide that by 9. They're worth instead 77.77. We'll round that up to 78 asteroids. Let's say it took you 160 pulls to get the character at 160 premium currency each. So that's 25,600. Divide that by 77. We'll round up to 78. That's gonna take you 328.20 perfect clears. You can't have a 0.20, so that's 329 perfect clears. You only get 1 reset a month, so that's 329 months. And you have to use the character for 329 months straight. There's 12 months in a year, so to break... wait, that's wrong one. To break even, you would have to use that character every single reset of TOA and get max rewards for 27.41 years. Right? So basically 27 years in like 5 months. Roughly 27 years and 5 months straight, using that same character just to break even. And that's assuming you'll use it for 27 years and 5 months, and that the game is still gonna be around for you to keep doing that every single time. Right? But that's what happens when, like, the only reward is just more premium currency. And that's why, like, I end up finding a lot of these in the majority of these gacha games. Endgame content is just a stupid waste of time and resources, because the reality is, you will never get your resources that you spent back. You will never get it back. 27 years and 5 months for 1 character. 1 character. Okay? That's assuming 1 character, and that's your break-even point. When you consider it that way. It's really, really bad. And, like, that's why it's like, if that's their only reward, what the fuck? I would rather they just make it like this. They can power creep the content all they want, just do not reset the content, and just have it permanent. Just add, like, a new floor. Instead, like, okay, patch 1, they have 1 floor. Patch 2, or 1.1, they add another floor, so you have 2. Patch 1.3, add another floor, and they just keep adding more, so that, like, eventually it's like, hey, you want to play it later? You can go and do that, and just climb up later. Right? Because the reality is the rewards are a waste of time. If you start using your brain and thinking logically, it never makes sense at all to even bother. It's fucking stupid. Yeah, ToF does that. It's like, You're just they just add a new floor. There is no FOMO. The thing is, the downside is they get rid of the FOMO. There is no FOMO. If you can't clear it, you can just come back later and clear it later when you get stronger. Because the reality is, it's always gonna be there. But in some of these gachas, the content won't. It will go away after like a month. It's gone and replaced with the next one. Because of that, you're tricking a bunch of the dumbasses, and they do it on purpose. Because the reality is, the average human is a fucking retard, okay? And they won't think about that. They're too fixated and focused on getting the shit reward that's there. They don't bother factoring in the time, the effort that goes in, right? The amount of mint picking, or the amount of farming a bunch of trash mobs in a stupid circle with a timer as you spend your resin wave plates or whatever to get a bunch of materials that are just put in there for no fucking reason but to waste your time, so that you can level up that character that basically costs you $300 to $400 per guaranteed copy, right? It'll be funny too once the EU fully forces everything to show the price of everything in these games, and they get to see that one gacha pull is like $2 to $3 each, right? The $100 pack gives them 50 pulls, but like if you're buying it for like the lower thing, it's like $3 for one gacha pull. When they get to see that, that'll be hilarious, because that's when people will have that wake-up call to see just how bad the stuff really is, right? And then you realize, oh wait, you just log in every day to go get your shit amount of premium currency, right? They add open world. Open world has no content, but random ass one-time loot chests placed everywhere. And we're too busy and focused or fixating on whatever lets us skip through it faster, because the reality is nobody wants to admit that going through the open world itself, while it does look visually nice, it's fucking trash, because there's no actual level design or anything interesting there outside of the graphics, right? It's like what ends up happening, it feels like, at least what I've seen with the gacha space, especially with Wawa and the Hoyo games especially, the players are too fixated looking at the graphics and visuals of the game, but not looking at the art of the game. And by art, I mean, like, if people call, like, TVs, movies, books, you know, like a painting, a drawing, video games and stuff, art forms, right? They're not looking at the game as an art or as what the game is, because it's barely there in a lot of these gachas in the first place. There's barely anything there, right? It's like a bunch of stuff to pretend there's something there, but most of the time there's basically nothing there, right? This is why they lose to shit like fucking Balatro, or like that other award stuff last year where they lost to fucking Monopoly Go. Because the reality is, the harsh reality, Monopoly Go is more of a game than all of these gachas are. Balatro is more of an actual fucking game than all of these gachas. That's the reality. That is the reality. It's the harsh reality, but it is what it is. Yeah, they're only looking at technical proficiency, but not looking at the actual stuff in there. Because the reality is, what the hell do you spend most of your time logged in doing? Right, and honestly, with how a lot of them have also been treating open worlds to an extent, it was a mistake. They shouldn't have had them in the first place. Especially with how they're, like, actually putting stuff in there. Because it is really fucking lazy. But yeah. Nice game to play while you're playing with a story. I mean, that's its own funny thing, man. That's its own funny thing. You just AFK in it. You know, you just put it in the background, put it on autoplay, go play Balatro alt-tabbed. Especially when the QTEs don't require any player input. Big brain. You have old PC? Just put Balatro on your phone. It's cheaper on your phone. Balatro is cheaper on your phone. It's like, what, $15 on Steam or something? But it's like $5 on your phone? Or whatever? I don't know. I bought Balatro on Steam and I have it on my phone as well. Well, mostly because I family shared it with my neighbor's grandma. Because, like, she liked to play all sorts of card games, and, like, one day I was, like, helping them fix shit. And I was like, you know what? I think she'd really like to play Balatro, So like I family shared. I used the thing because you can do that with Google. I'm like, here you go, you can play Balatro, and she really likes Balatro. Right? I'm like, hey, here you go. Cause like what she would do is like she has like an iPad, not an iPad. She has, they call it an iPad, but like it's just a fucking Android tablet. I think it was like it's like some Amazon Android tablet. But like, at one point they got the Google Play Store and shit on there. Cause like you can just install like Fire Toolbox on your computer and just force the Google services on it. Right? But anyways, and like all she would play on there is like slot machines, like actual slot machines, because she likes slot machines and she likes to play solitaire. And I thought, you know what, she might like to play Balatro. So I basically gave her Balatro when I was like helping them fix something. What the hell's that? I blat. What the fuck is that? I don't know Russian. But yeah. So occasionally she plays Balatro on her tablet. My neighbor's grandmother. Because like I was like helping them with something, but yeah. They found a predatory version of Balatro for free. It's just buy the real one. It's cheap. It's definitely worth it. It is pretty cool for what it is. Right, it's like made by one guy. Just support the one dude, man. He lives in a fucked up country anyways. You know? Shit's expensive where he lives. Extremely expensive. Support him out. Just buy it. Ah, okay. Fair enough.
The claim that I made was that the timings on this sheet are fucked up. Nobody is doing a triple nightfall rotation in 8.6 seconds. That was something that was actively changed and updated. And so, this is the thing, right?
I mean, like, I don't play this shit and I don't know what they're talking about, but like, I don't know. The fact that she put it on the sheet means it's possible. And considering some of the stuff she's done in the past, from what I remember, with Maggie's stuff, I mean, a lot of that stuff definitely is possible. They might not be used to it, but it's like, if they ever seen how people were playing shit in ToF, with the amount of everything getting cancelled in various different ways, it's like second nature to ToF players to like a lot of the people, at least on the upper end, to be canceling all sorts of things and doing all sorts of shit that way. But these guys, I don't know. I guess they can't understand that concept, right? But you know, it is what it is.
Going ahead and spreading this narrative that I was wrong, or that I was incorrect, or that I was spreading misinfo, when the sheet literally gets actively updated to address the thing that I'm saying was wrong. What are we even waffling about anymore? Yes, the sheet got updated, the rotation got changed, it's still not, there's still no record of anyone actually doing it in the time that's indicated. And so, this is the thing, right? If you use the first team's rotation, then you're ahead and you're going to be doing like what, like a 30-second rotation with that in actual gameplay. And so the initial claims that I'm making, I don't know where this whole like misinformation or that I'm lying is even coming from when it was literally acted upon and then stuff was changed afterwards. That's the part that puzzles me and confuses me genuinely.
Okay, great. Wait, so Maggie, what is Saint wrong about?
Yeah, because the motherfucker's
so
lying,
let's go to the beginning. Well,
alright, let's see what Maggie has to say.
Anything about saints and misinformation and anything.
Yeah, that was mostly Selkie.
Okay, so
yeah, that was entirely
you
Selkie.
brought up that there was an issue with the nightfall timing on the initial spreadsheet, and I will agree and say that there was an oversight in quick swap back timing. In that if you you can swap out of nightfall at the very frame you started, correct? But then when you swap back, obviously, since Nightfall's a freaking 2.5-second cast, it's still going to be going on if you swap back in a short period of time.
Yeah.
The calculator was not taking into account the original time, so I made this change to the script that affects the Zani rotations as well as some other quick swap rotations. For example,
I mean, getting frame perfect swap stuff to do all sorts of things isn't exactly the craziest thing in the world. It's not. But I guess these guys that don't like actually play other shit, they're too busy playing their Pepega gotchas where they have like, where all you're doing is pressing 1-2 button, swap, 1-2 swap, 1-2 swap, 1-2 swap, and then just pushing, and then just doing whatever on field to fill time, whatever does the most damage on field to fill time. That's basically all you do in these, right? They're all the same. You see what you want. Maybe you'll occasionally do a perfect dodge here or there. But like, you know, you can even literally just take off all directional input. Because once you start an attack animation, your movement animation is locked anyways during the attack animation. And this stuff will auto bring you towards it anyways. Because of how the auto targeting works. Right, as assuming you're close enough. Which isn't really that difficult. Frame perfect is pretty harsh though. I mean, if we're talking high refresh rate, yeah, but if we're talking like a 60 hertz display, nah, it's like whatever. A 30 hertz, 60 hertz display where like some people are playing at because of how scuffed some of the stuff is, especially if they're doing some Pepega frame generation shit, because the reality is the latency is what their actual frame rate is that's being generated from. You know, if you have like frame gen on like 60 FPS to hit 60, your actual game is at 30 FPS. The reality is your inputs are every other frame, not every frame. Unless you're using like that new one, that new like 4x frame gen, in which case like your actual frame rate is like 15-20 FPS to generate all those frames. Right? Like that's what your actual real inputs are. So getting actual frame perfect on that, it's a pretty big window. It's a pretty big window. It's not super hard to get off. But yeah. Like, I'm not talking about like getting frame perfect at like 240 hertz. No. Should we talk about time windows? I mean, here's the reality, man. 1 second, even a couple milliseconds is still a long time. I don't know, eventually you get used to it. You get used to it, and then, like, you end up reacting at shit at the correct frame and stuff. I don't know, like... Maybe it's because, like, I place other stuff off-stream, where I do try to speedrun things from time to time. And I've gotten used to trying to get, to practicing certain things, but, like, yeah. Yeah, speedrunner go by milliseconds. Either by milliseconds or by frame. Because the problem with going by milliseconds is it depends on the game. Especially some like older games, they're like weird with how they work with that. So sometimes they go by frame. Like stuff like speedruns in Mario Kart, they measure frames for speedrun times. They don't actually measure the actual time. They actually look at the frame count. Because like the actual thing with like time trials and stuff, you'll actually see the exact frame count being measured too. Like they'll have like minute, seconds, millisecond, and then there's like frame. Or something like that. Like that's like split up in there. The like Mario Kart, like the Mario Kart games for time trials, they actually measure frames, and like like that shit is what gets compared for like world records. Yeah, but like if we're talking Mario Kart, everyone's playing at the same frame rate because it's a console game and the whole thing is fixed, right? It depends on the game, but for a lot of older console games. Unless you're playing at the exact same measured speed, your run is not... You can't submit it to speedrun.com. No, like, even then, like, for older retro games, if you played, like, NES games, SNES games, Sega Genesis games, N64 games, all those other things, if you want your speedrun time to be valid, you have to meet all the strict requirements that they vet through when measuring your actual time. And, like, they'll go to the point of actually measuring frames in some cases. They'll actually go to that point, especially with emulation, because some emulators will work faster than others, depending on the stuff in there. And sometimes they'll just straight up ban all emulators for certain games. And then you have stuff with, like, Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles, where they literally do not even count real-world time and go by stage, your stage timer and add those up instead for runs for those games because of how weird it calculates the score, where if you go too fast, there's like a weird thing where speedrunners would actually slow down to lower their score before touching the goal, the goal post in those games. Because like the way those games would work is it would slowly count up your time bonus for the score, and then your ring bonus, it would do it like slowly, very, very slowly, that if you didn't hit a specific threshold for a bonus, it would skip past it. You had weird optimizations with speedruns for that stuff back then, that they basically have their own weird rule set, where they don't even count real time and only go by in-game time. Yeah, playing 30, frame perfect trick isn't too bad at 240. Yeah, here's the thing though, right? The game isn't gonna have you do a fucking 240 hertz frame perfect input. Right? We're not like, they're not like at that point where they need to do that. Besides, nothing in Wawa is fast enough to even measure that. Actually, wait, no. There is the Chisha machine gun macro. Only outside of Chisha machine gun macro, I'm pretty sure they like, there's nothing else that you can actually do and abuse to that extent, being frame perfect with cancels. Right? Like, because there's like too much of a delay for some of the animations that you're locked into. Like, I'm pretty sure there's too much. It was only the Chisha that was bugged with her aim shot, where for some reason entering and exiting aim shot can be done all on the same frame. So you can just rapid fire heavy attack at whatever your frame rate is and do absurd damage. There was like another weird bug with some other quest item, but that got patched out. I remember that getting patched out when I was like figuring it out back in 1.0. But the Chisha machine gun trick still exists. At least it still exists the last time I checked it back in 2.0. It still exists then. I doubt they're gonna remove it now anyways, because like the actual problem would require them like retooling her animations and stuff. They would have to like actually go back and change a character to fix it. Which the reality is they're not gonna do it. Especially for like a 4-star character. But yeah. And then the other thing too, for stuff like that, it's like, you know, the game's on Steam now too. Funny thing about Steam, you press Shift Tab, if you have a controller, you can open the controller menu, and you can program whatever macros you want, if you know how to use Steam Input. And everyone playing on Steam has access to macros. Everyone does. As well. Like, it's built into Steam natively. Whether they like it or not. So it'd be funny. It's like, you know, you can't even argue about, like, not being able to use them. Because the reality is, anyone who plays the Steam version has a macro tool. They don't even have to do anything to install it. It's built into Steam. It's straight up built into Steam. If they know how to use it or not is up to them. But also, it's like, a lot of these keyboards, mice, game controllers, they'll have, like, programmable shit on them as well that, like, could be messed around with. Like, it's pretty common to find them these days. Even more recent stuff, like fucking Microsoft, Sony, and then soon Nintendo will be selling first-party reprogrammable controllers. The Xbox controller, you can literally reprogram them. You just plug it into your computer, install the Xbox Accessories app, and you can like do shit there. And that's been a thing for a couple of years. They have like a PlayStation DualSense Pro controller or something, an official one as well that you can do certain stuff. Both Microsoft and Sony have a special adaptive controller for disabled people. It just plugs into your device and connects like a regular controller, but you actually just have a bunch of ports that you can plug in whatever the fuck you can figure out and do, right? Because it's meant to accommodate people with various different disabilities and stuff and plug into whatever interface they might need. But because it's just generic, like on-off, like, you know, positive, negative connection terminals to make the thing read a digital signal, you can literally connect it to anything if you know what you're doing and make your own hardware level macros as well, if you get the right equipment for it. Right? For that type of stuff on that level, you're probably gonna need to like study some sort of electronics engineering a bit to figure out how to like do that thing from a hardware perspective. but you technically could do it, and it's not like they can do anything about it. Yeah, connecting it to a 1 megahertz switching circuit, you could do that. Right? Like, you can buy, like... You don't even need to, like, do that much for a circuit anyways. You can literally buy, like, transistors to do that. And then you just plug in a couple resistors and power to the circuit. And then adapt that to, like, the correct connector. Which, for some reason, uses the same size as the 3.5mm headphone jacks that they have on these adaptive controllers. You just plug that in and it'll just do it. Of course, you could get even crazier with it, depending on what ICs you program to put in there. You can go even crazier and get an FPGA board and mess around with that and hook it up to the whole thing if you want. Right? It's really just whatever the fuck you can come up with. And they wouldn't be able to detect it or whatever because it's just a physical thing there. And it's just a tool to help disabled people. It's a special controller that both Microsoft and Sony have. And you can hook up an Arduino and play Taskback. Yeah, you could. You can do all sorts of things. You know, like, the only limitation is your own knowledge on how to, like, hook it up and set it up that way. But yeah, like, you could do it. And you can do it all from a hardware level. I mean, there's all sorts of, like, weird, crazy shit you can do with one like that. But yeah.
Amelia Rocha. So, the thing you need to understand about the rotations is that they're all designed around a constraint. The main constraint in the Zani rotation being 25-second cooldown on Shorekeeper, Stellar Realm.
Yeah, hardware level stuff is fun. It is.
So, the original rotation was designed around 25 seconds with that in mind. When applying the bug fix, the rotation time went up by a couple seconds, and there was, in the original rotation, there was also some filler, so you might have noticed that Baby had some extra auto attacks that served really no purpose other than taking up a couple seconds of time. So those were removed in the follow-up.
They got removed? Nice. Remove the filler that did nothing.
Okay, and then, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm employed. I don't get all this. What's the, what are we trying to say? Like, so is the 15% right or is it not right? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, the 15% is still right. I still stand by that.
Okay.
So we've fixed all the issues in the calculator. So myself, and other people in my community, everyone.
It's like, oh, you switched too quickly, but there was still a lot of dead time. Now dead time gone.
Point out issues. People have pointed out issues with lots of rotations. I've had several rotations that, you know, had some operations that were inaccurate, or there's some things that were not accounted for properly, and we update things all the time.
Yeah, Maggie explains to the stupid with no brain cells.
So the initial rotation.
Yeah, like, the reality is they're too dumb to understand what she's saying. So, like, whatever she says will just fly over all their heads because they don't know what the fuck she's talking about. That's the reality. Unfortunately.
70k DPS. We, upon fixing the bugs, it went down to like 66k after removing the unnecessary filler.
They have negative brain cells. They take away your brain cells.
Additional time in the rotation. That means there's more room for optimization. Because
no, they don't have brain cells. They have negative brain cells. They don't just have brain cells. They have negative brain cells. Their brain cells take yours away.
Previously,
yeah, pretty much.
Rotation, there's any optimization is kind of like pointless optimization because like you're gonna be bottlenecked by the cooldown time. So there's not really any extra optimization that needs to go there. But when you're working with like a 28 second rotation, then you have room for additional things you could do. So the rotation has been updated, and to this day, there's still new tech and new strategies being figured out. Like this morning, I implemented some new tech for Spectral Rover. For those who didn't know, so this is not a time scam, as happens for like Shan Liao. When Spectral Rover uses the variation, the time will freeze, but at some point in the animation,
all this because of power creep.
Nightball in the background. Zani's Nightball will continue to process.
Imagine power creep. Why can't they just get a nice power creep instead?
Which affect the DPS.
Imagine power creep. Why not a power creep? Look, doesn't this look delicious, guys? Don't you guys want a crepe instead? Why power creep when you can have a power crepe?
Technically a little higher. I could, if you really want, I could open the sheet and
right?
explain everything.
Why power creep when you can have a power crepe?
Hell no. All right, wait. So Saint Todas, you got a problem with anything that she just said, or no? What's going on?
Right? Imagine wanting power creep. Why not have power crepe?
I was trying to. I think I tried my best to catch the main points, and all I'm hearing is that the rotation was changed to fuck ton.
Before
there was new tech covered for a team, or there was like new tech.
Yeah, you did find it worth it to over San Antonio versus. Yeah, because that's a separate, that's a different thing. You can actually fit it in.
So if you're gonna compare any Spectral Rover,
you can fit it in there, the optimization. You can't fit it in with the Ray rotation, but you can fit it in the Nola rotation. Yeah, you see, they're stupid. They are, yeah. But yeah, like that's because like animation time difference. With like Nola, you only need to wait for her skill cast. Ray, you gotta do skill cast and her discharge, which is just a bit long. It's because of the animation, that's why it feels longer. I actually do a shorter rotation. I'm on Antoria for less time, but because of how long the Ray animation is, it feels longer when I'm doing the thing. You sure I had more time? I think it just felt longer because of other reasons. But no, I wasn't on for longer. The only time I'd be on for longer is when... Oh, that's because join op. It's like whatever. The thing dies. When the stuff is just gonna die, there's no point in starting up another rotation when the setup is gonna take longer than just staying on there. If you mean that. That was on Cactus, you sure? I'll have to like go back and check. I'll have to go double back and check on that one. It might be an older Cactus run, when I was like trying things out, because like I've been messing around with stuff here and there a bit. Anyways, like eventually I'll get like the Cactus damage calculator. There's other stuff I want to add to it, like to account for, because the stuff is a lot more complicated and messy. But I'll try to get it out at some point. Yeah, like, cause like I haven't really messed around with it too much anyways. And it's like I only use Volt anyways when doing join ops and dailies. Yeah, that's probably why. It's probably just the old one I was like messing around with. I probably have a better one now. One of these days I'll recheck it again and compare it. But yeah, probably that.
and comparing it to other triple DPS comps if you're going to be comparing DPS numbers. Because let's be entirely real here, triple DPS teams are way fucking harder to play, not accessible to a large majority of players. That's why there's not a lot of gameplay of them, and their DPS is inherently a lot higher because you're using 3 damage dealers, right? And so this is kind of like where the
Wait, you tried yours against a bunch of YouTube, yeah?
This whole like theoretical thing is going on. Why aren't
like either way, the Nola rotation is different, right? Because you're using Nola instead. Nola rotation's a bit different. But yeah, that's why it's called theory craft. Majority of people have skill issue. I mean, it's not like the content is that crazy anyways. They always balance it on like whatever is the theoretical maximum, and then they just make the hardest thing half of that. Roughly half, or between half and a third of what the theoretical max you can do is. That's like how they've always been handling this stuff there. Especially like if you notice like the actual requirements to clear bygone floors and sequential, it's always roughly about half of whatever is like the theoretical maximum possible on release. Like half or a third. I think bygone's about a little bit more than a third, but like sequential is definitely a third, or it might be a bit less than a third. But yeah. I mean, like I can still clear the, even like in the 5.0 test server, I could clear the latest sequential using Leho still. Who's like, what? You know, gonna be 2 years old soon? Like 2-year-old unit? But yeah. Because that is the issue, Tira. The problem is they use it both ways. You can 100% clear the endgame modes with solo dungeon, so skill issue. Rotation too hard, so skill issue. I mean, it is what it is, man. I mean, for me, it's more like, it's just a patience issue, because, like, the shit's too slow. And you spend too much time being way too passive for some of the shit there, too. It's just like, eh. And if I'm gonna, like, play shit like that, I'd rather play a different game entirely. Yeah, if you're good, you're good. If you're bad, you're bad. Pretty much. Pretty much.
Aren't you comparing that to other triple DPS teams? When we're talking about these damage
Yeah, it's not an issue if you don't have the correct
And
characters.
this is the
Yep,
thing,
that's
you're
how it's always
playing
been.
this- You're playing this Phoebe team like it's a dual DPS comp, with how many swaps are inherently going on, how many swaps are happening across the rotation, and then we're going ahead and then
Yeah,
we're
they have
saying
like
15%
1,500
power creep
employees and they
with
have like
this
nothing.
giga sweaty playstyle that 99%
Considering they have
of players are
1,500
actually
people.
not going to actually do, and then making blanket statements like this is 15% power creep over other teams. That's
don't-
the issue. That's the problem, because it leads to a massive amount of doom posting by people that don't actually play the fucking game, or are just looking at numbers and then coming to conclusions themselves.
I mean, the reality is it's there, right? If it's 15% creep because they're comparing, you know, the two most recent things like that, that's fair. Just because it's hard to play doesn't mean it's not there. Right? Just because it's hard to play, it might not be the easiest, most brain-dead thing in the world doesn't mean it's not there. Especially with, like, MMOs, you'll occasionally have classes that have, like, an absurdly high skill cap and high skill ceiling, but a very low floor for damage. That'll just outdo all the other ones, but you have to be extremely sweaty to play it. You'll always, like, whatever MMO you'll play, you'll always find that one class that's like that for some reason. Right, there's always, like, that one class that's like that. But yeah. Oh, I think I just finished farming my sticker shards. On my alt. Do I actually have 4 boxes now? Oh, cool! I got all 4 boxes now of the fantasy sticker stuff from Plum Duel. Nice. This has been great because it's like, we react to this while I just like AFK farm against myself on Plum Duel in the background, and I can farm all my shit. This is great. It's very efficient use of my time.
Because there should be a massive fucking asterisk on this whole 70k DPS that we're talking about over here, in that you have to play it like a literal top 1% player to even get close to this number.
Since when
And for
Instant
about
has
pretty
become an
much
expert,
99%
then the
of
devs just
population,
nominate
you're not
him for
actually
games
getting close to
mascot.
this. But we're not saying stuff like that, right? We're not saying stuff like
They might as well have, man.
that where we're making conclusions in our Reddit posts, where we're putting these charts. All we see are these DPS.
Oh, who
numbers.
joined their
That's
thing?
when the
Fob
team is
Master's
being
there now.
played
Oh, it's
like
Fob
an
Master.
absolute freak.
They got Fob Master in.
But people aren't looking that deep into that, and it's leading to doom posting. And this is the thing. Let's just be entirely honest about the situation and the framing heading on into this. You got caught in the past 2 weeks. You did some pretty heinous shit.
What?
You went ahead and you lied about the reason that you got kicked from the Wawa content creator program. You got exposed for that on multiple platforms, and currently your reputation as somebody that provides legitimate information,
They just
or
want to
like the
attack
that
her,
takes about
man.
things, is not really there. And when you're going ahead and without any disclaimers, or with really hidden disclaimers,
Yeah, it
pumping out
feels
these
bad having
15%
To the
power
Future
creep
play while
plays,
he's talking.
people aren't really going to be feeling very good about them, knowing the type of inputs. The
He's
type of
gonna
gameplay
ruin my
actually
image of
required
the
for
song
you
with
to
that
make a
guy
blanket statement
talking.
like that.
With
This
To
is
the
like,
Future
like
playing.
literally, why aren't you going ahead and then putting triple DPS teams in the calculation as well, and then showing that they're like 70k DPS as well?
Yeah, they're here to make drama, yeah.
Those have been in the game.
We're just here to
forever,
react
the
to it
triple
because it's
DPS
funny.
teams, and they have incredibly high fucking DPS. They're the top speedrun teams that are used in content.
Yeah.
And then we're going ahead and we're only comparing it to other hypercarry ones when it's being played super sweaty like dual DPS.
So
and
what?
then driving forward this narrative that we
They have 2 buttons and a swap button. How sweaty can it be? How sweaty can it be, man? You got 2 buttons. You swap to the next character to press 2 buttons again. How sweaty can it be? It's just 2 buttons, quick swap 2 buttons. Okay, the event thing is just doing whatever.
We have this 15% power creep without any of those disclaimers.
There's a lot to unpack. Let's give Maggie a second to respond. Maggie, what do you want to respond
I
to
mean,
this?
the reality is, end of the day,
Yeah.
the end of the day, it's there, regardless. Regardless if you have to play a sweatier team or not, it's still there regardless. And it's whatever they choose as the new floor. The reality is, I guess, again, like, none of these guys have probably ever played PGR. But they do have extremely sweaty, you know, orb picking matching comps in there, at least from what I remember when I played, where you have to be like really crazy and really quick with matching the shit properly while doing all the other shit. That's extremely sweaty, and that would be like the only way you could play specific things, because they kept power creeping the content to match whatever was the newest release for various different elements and stuff like that. Yeah, solo 2-player team works, yeah. It's they're just trying to deny the fact that that power creep exists because it goes against their narrative. So they're going through like weird hoops and moving the goalpost. You know, they're like that goalpost in what, the classic Sonic Crisis City stage from Sonic Gens, where like once you think you get to the end of the level, the tornado comes in and picks up the goalpost and literally just moves it, and it's just like taunting you, where like the tornado's just carrying the goalpost. But yeah.
Well, yeah, again, there's a lot of things said. Okay, let's take the triple Frazzle team out of the picture, because that was never the main point of discussion. Okay, so let's put that aside for now. So,
okay.
As someone who does numbers,
yep.
Obviously theoretical calculations should always be taken with a grain of salt.
Yep.
I actually used to have disclaimers on all of my content that say, yes, by the way, theoretical is theoretical, you know, it's not perfect, but it's and it's always trying to maximize the theoretical limit of what you can achieve, because that's literally what theory crafting is.
Yep.
Obviously, you know, some rotations are easier than others. For example, that's
yep.
why Jinshi is a very popular team, because her rotation is extremely forgiving and very consistent, and you're allowed to skill issue and you still get extra stacks to compensate. So
okay.
The DPS in practice turns out to be better than the DPS on the sheet, you know, but no one's ever really complained too much about that one.
Okay.
And same thing with this one. You know, I do the numbers, I calculate the maximum theoretical DPS. It doesn't make sense to hold me accountable if other people are doom posting because they are taking theory crafting numbers too seriously.
Well, you're going ahead and you're not providing accurate disclaimers about how you actually reach those numbers. I'm pretty sure if one person saw your gameplay clip where you still exceeded what was on the sheet by about 3 seconds.
Okay.
Imagine showing them that gameplay and then saying, yeah, this is actually what's required to reach the 70k on Zani. Oh, by the way, here's what you need to do on Carlotta to reach her 60k DPS. You can literally you can probably only use one hand, have one tied behind your back, and perform that Carlotta rotation.
Yeah. I mean, you could probably perform either one with one hand, depending on how you remap your keys. Let's be real. You could do it in one hand regardless. Just remap where all your buttons are. If you rebind all your keys, you can do it with one button. There's not too many buttons you need to press. Right? You don't even need the left click if you change your attack button to a different key on your keyboard. So you can get rid of your right hand entirely. And still do the same. Yeah, because like the thing is, all the attack animations, they lock all directional movement anyways. And if you just keep the lock on, you don't even need to move your camera. The camera is shit in Wawa anyways, regardless. Like the actual camera for like keeping things where they are, it's shit anyways. But because like you can just keep the lock on thing on, right? You don't even need that. Like what are you doing with your hand, right? You have one hand, WSID on your keyboard, and then it's like 1, 2, 3, 4 to switch the characters, Q and E, right, for the skill and alt, right? You have the spacebar to jump, you can have shift to dash. You do all of that with your left hand, right? Your right hand, what is it doing? Just left click and moving the mouse around for the camera, right? You could technically rebind left click to another button on your keyboard, like your pinky finger is like not doing shit. Probably. maybe. You know, you have like extra you can do stuff there. You could literally rebind the entire game to be on one hand. On a controller, if you get a controller with like a bunch of extra back buttons, you can literally just rebind everything and only use your left hand if you want. You can play it one-handed. You don't have that many inputs. It's not an APM heavy game. At the end of the day, it's not. You have very limited amount of possible inputs you can do at once because it's meant for people to also be able to play on their phone. And there's a decent amount of people playing it on their phone. That's why you only have 2 buttons, 2 skill buttons, a basic attack button that you can hold for heavy attack or whatever, a jump button, and then you just swap to your other character. That's why that's all you have for inputs, and a dodge, whatever. You know, like, that's why that's all you have. Like, it's not really that many inputs. Once you get into combat, you could just do it one-handed. Like, in theory, you could. And the other thing, too, is because your movement is locked anyways during attack animations, you don't even need your fingers on WSAD. You don't. You just keep your stuff locked onto the target, and now your fingers are free to go press the other things. You have a lot less input than people trying to play fucking Street Fighter on the NES. You're doing less shit than those people playing like one of the old, like, really old console version of Street Fighter. On like the NES or the Sega Genesis. Right, because the Sega Genesis is what? It's you have a D-pad, you have a start and select button, and you have 3 or 6 buttons depending on the which revision of the Genesis gamepad you're using. Actually, no, you didn't even have a select button on the Genesis. You just had a start button. You had the ABC button, and then you maybe had the other 3 buttons on top of those, depending on which version. And they had shit like Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, and stuff like that back then. You didn't have that many buttons. But you're still doing more to play those than you are to play Wawa. In terms of your overall inputs. It's not a very input-heavy game. But, like, again, like, the thing is, like, all these guys, they're used to only playing these gachas. And that's, like, all they think about, because they don't actually play anything else. Where they actually have more than that many buttons to press. And more things to do. Like, that's just the reality. There's a mode button, but the mode button's its own other thing. Yeah, that mode button's its own other thing, but, like, that doesn't really... it's, like, not really used in most games anyways. Right? And then, like, you had, like, those other switches on the actual console, depending on which version of the Genesis you had. But, like... I mean, yeah, that button's there, but, like, it's not used. So no need to, like, even talk about it. Right? But, like, the point is, you're doing more there than you are when you're playing a lot of these gachas. You are doing more there.
Alright, wait. Stan, I'm gonna play devil's advocate here, okay? Yeah. These sheets are called theory crafting sheets, right? I'm not on anybody's side here, but
Okay.
I feel like you're really going with the feels crafting sheets right now, where
Yeah.
theory crafting in almost every video game I know, it crafts based on perfection.
Yeah.
Right? And every player wants to play and get closer to perfection, right?
Yep.
It doesn't mean just because the average player is only able to execute this level of power, doesn't mean suddenly the theory crafting sheet is like out the window, right? Like very few people can reach that perfection in any of those games, but you know, it's not like you're trying.
I think the problem was the framing, where it was being said that this is 50% power creep on the game, and Wuthering Waves is
It
heading in a
is,
negative
though.
direction. I think that's the problem. Was the framing.
I never
Oh,
said
okay.
Wuthering
Oh,
Waves was
so
heading in a negative direction. I never
Yeah,
said that.
no, yeah, I'm not claiming you did, Maggie. I'm just saying, like, that's how the community took it.
Oh, so
There's
his
a-
issue was the frame. Okay, I don't know about the framing. I'm just talking
Yeah,
about
what
like,
was your base issue? Was it the framing, or was it what you were just saying in general?
So the base
Yeah,
issue
labeling
is that
someone a
the
feels
50%
crafter
power
is
creep was
not
initially
biased.
based
Yep.
off of
Exactly. It's not a bad
a,
thing.
a sheet with fucked up time calculations, and we're all 100% aware, or hopefully I hope we all are, of the impact of how long something is, what that does to DPS. Where if your moves are actually taking way longer than what's being projected on these sheets or these calculations, your DPS is going to be a lot lower. And so, first and foremost, we're over here doing triple Nightfall in 8.6 seconds. I'm like, how the fuck is anybody doing this? You have to literally be on 1.5x speed to be doing Nightfalls that fast.
Wait until they see what... You know, they should see how I play fucking NOLA triple altered, man. then they see me doing like nine cycles of N2 cancel on Nola's basic attack chain before I do the Nola skill, and then quickly swap cancel to get Lynn's 2 skills up, and then like do the fucking Void Piercer thing while also preserving the discharge and canceling that. They think they have that easy there. They think that's hard. They should see fucking mid-maxing triple altered Nola. And then that thing just loses to the fucking non-yin thing. That's his own other thing there. They usually do even more precise 2 attack, no hold cancel. Yeah, I'm so used to doing the hold cancel that like I can only do it with the hold cancel. I got so used to it. Like I got so used to like getting it perfect there that it's like there's no way I can play it without doing it. There's no way. Like, and I can fit in 9 full cycles of that with like an extra hit. Usually in a rotation. If I was to play altered, I can do that like easy. Just double click early on in the game buffers, but yeah. And the thing is, if you do the hold cancel properly, you can go do the double click faster. Yeah, it's just skill issue with these guys. I can even do it on a controller, and I don't know what the fuck I'm doing on a controller. I can even do the cancel on a controller because it's just like, how quickly can I just press 1, 2, and then do a hold, and then 1, 2, and do a hold with the basic attack button on the controller. I can do it on a controller too. The thing where I fuck up is like, I don't know how the fuck you swap shit out, in and out, because the way it's binded on a controller is just fucking weird. But yeah, like, at the same time too, it's like, if it didn't make it more obvious that like, your direction inputs is completely unnecessary in combat in these games, right? Genshin, Wawa does it. What button do you press to change character? You don't put any button on the directional input on a controller, right? You go to the D-pad because your character slots are labeled like what? Up, down, left, right. If you have 4 characters, whatever, to swap between them, you just press the button on the D-pad. So you can't even have your thumb on the analog stick for directional movement. You're literally having your hand like with the fingers on the D-pad, like with how you were gonna do the stuff there. But yeah, and then look at the gun cancel character cheat. Oh, that's easy, right? You just go into your mouse's settings and you just set up a macro to just rapid fire the G key and the left click at the same time, with like a 1 frame delay between inputs. Right, you can easily just make it into a hold macro, where you just hold the button down, or a toggle macro. Right, like you can do that from a hardware level. It's like very simple. Cause like that's all you're doing, right? You're just pressing and releasing the G key in 1 frame, and then pressing left click in 1 frame. And then you just hold it down. Like, it's nothing crazy. Like, it's not like some super crazy macro. That said, actually doing that in real life, I mean, if I made like a weird controller input to do it, I could do that manually. I would just not be doing it with a mouse like that. I would have to like rebind the actual shooting button to a different key. But like, I could like alternate between 2 fingers fast enough. If I do it, if I bind it in the correct spot. Maybe not 60 times a second, but at least 30 times a second I can easily pull off. With like just mashing on a keyboard. But like that's its own other thing there. Right, because like the reality is it's just 2 button inputs. It's a 2 button input for that macro. You're just pressing it, and releasing the G key, releasing your basic attack button to do it. It's not super complex.
And so naturally,
but then like also
it's
like
sheet, that
Steam input. You can literally just replace the left click button on your or your basic attack button on your controller if you're playing the Steam button with that. Or if you bought like some third-party controller where you can rebind keys, you can do that too. But yeah, thanks for the follow as well, Guy the Real. Hopefully I didn't butcher your name too badly. But yeah, thanks for the follow.
Which they literally were.
Wait, just verify, Maggie. Are the times correct or were the times incorrect?
The times previously were incorrect, but now they are correct.
Okay.
So yeah.
And with the there are also some. Those were not the only timings that were off, by the way. There's actually more.
Okay.
Like, for example, the animation cancel timing on her targeted action was never updated, and it was listing the full time of the targeted action, meaning that we actually got some time back there, which is why when everything evens out, the DPS at the end is still the same 70k it was before.
So that was with an entirely different rotation, and this is the thing. My initial claim going into the video is that the timings were fucking off, specifically on the triple nightfall, which they were, and knowing that the timing is understated, that immediately can lead me to conclude, and pretty much anyone looking at it can easily conclude
He's
that
full
this
for jumping the
50%
gun.
power
Yep.
creep is not real.
I mean,
even
he
based
could,
off the sheet itself.
he could
because
make
the
his own
timings are
sheets and try
understated.
to figure it out himself if he wants.
Like,
Maybe
you
too dumb.
can't reach that DPS number of 70k with the corrected timings on the sheet.
Wait, I have a question. So we have very much updated the entire thing, both for Carlotta with the optimal rotation,
And you made the
as well as
rotation
Zani.
30. You made the rotation 30 times, probably not even 30 times, but like 20 times more sweaty, with additional tags that are put in, which again is bleeding into the whole. This is being played like a dual DPS team instead of like a traditional hypercarry team, but we're only running comparisons with it to like hypercarry teams. And if we're going so far as to do like dual DPS comparisons, why are we comparing it to like a Changli Zhangli Yao? Why are we comparing it to a hyper-optimized Changli Brant?
Because it's a lot weaker. The reality is it's probably because it's a lot weaker. They're comparing it to the other strongest one. I don't think so. You think they actually play games? Or they're too busy farming drama, man. Alright, you think they actually play games? Like, here's the thing too, right? If like, I don't know how many of you guys in the past, if like in school, for example, they had you like take a band class at one point, right? I remember when this was funny. I remember when I was in elementary school and we had to take a band class. It was like, I was like 7th and 8th grade. I was basically playing percussion, but like I was with like 2 other people that got put in the percussion section, and what happened was like we'd have stuff like a drum kit, stuff like drum kits, and then like percussive keyboards, right? I would play both of them, especially because like the other 2 people in my section, they never wanted to play percussive keyboards. You know, shit gets crazy. You don't know how crazy shit can get when it's like, you know, you think, oh, okay, so percussive keyboard, you're probably playing like stuff like a xylophone or a marimba or whatever, right? And shit goes crazy when you're no longer just holding one mallet in each hand, and you start like holding multiple mallets in each hand, and you're trying to play. And well, also you have a pedal that you have to step on. And it's like, that's the shit I was playing when I was in fucking band in elementary school, and then later on in high school. Cause like, it was like an easy, for me anyways, it was an easy art class to get off. Cause like, I can't draw for shit and stuff like that. It's like, oh, okay, I'll just take band class again, I just go in the percussive stuff again. I can handle it, whatever. Right, it's like, they think like they only have like, they can only like, do some very basic inputs. And then it's like you have people like actually playing these instruments, right? It's like they're doing like other shit. They're trying to figure out how they can like play multiple things. Actually, no, like even crazier, right? Like piano players, right? Not like a tall adult male or whatever playing the piano, but imagine like a younger, smaller, shorter female person just playing the piano, right? A much smaller build. They're a lot shorter. Playing like a full grand piano or whatever, they're gonna have a hard time reaching all the keys that they might need to play for certain songs and stuff like that. They gotta figure things out there. That shit's a lot harder if you're like smaller, because like your physical reach and like having to cope with using pedals and stuff like that to try to make up some gaps. And in some songs, they would have to like modify the stuff a little bit to accommodate for their physical size difference. But like, they can do it, you know? And whatever they're doing is way more complex than whatever the fuck is going on in these gacha games when you're trying to do inputs. It's especially when like they're trying to, you know, match the actual, you know, real world time, whatever the conductor is signaling them or whatever, keeping the timing on pace. That shit's way harder. It's way harder than this shit. Like actually playing some of those instruments. Like actually playing musical instrument way harder than this shit. It is. Right, because like the amount of like the APM that's needed is a lot higher than just pressing 2 buttons, fill it in with like left click, and then swapping to the next character. It's way lower APM. But yeah, in some cases, again, it's like for some of those instruments, people have to get creative in order to like actually hit the notes. There are people that will play like percussive keyboards in an orchestra where they're like holding like 4 sticks in each hand. Right? And then like, they have to like rotate and twist their hands while hitting the thing and hitting the pedal to control the actual sound coming out while they're striking it. For example, like just imagine that. Like just imagine doing that. Right? Like you have your pedals that you have to hit. It's like underneath the keys, like control the sound output from that. Because like you're hitting the thing and it's resonating and you're holding multiple mallets in each hand. And you have to like twist and like turn your hand as you move it across the keyboard to go play some of the music. Because some of the shit is crazy. Depending on the song. They can get crazy. But like that's the thing that people do, like professional music players. Right? Or like, again, like looking at a flute player, for example, it's like, how the hell you hold the flute, right? It's like the way they hold the flute is like they actually have the thing they blow into underneath their lip. And they're like, you know, or it's like you look at the trumpet, right? The trumpet, they have like 3 things they press on for the valve stuff in there. The rest, to get the noise, they have to like move their mouth on the mouthpiece in a weird way. And they're basically playing fucking cheat codes, you know? They're like inputting crazy ass cheat codes as they like push up and down on the buttons to like to hit the valves. Just so they can get different noises out of a trumpet, for example. Right? It's like all sorts of crazy shit going on when you really think about it. Way more complicated than these things. Right? Like the actual skill ceiling to do that shit properly. Way higher. And there's a lot of people that play instruments and stuff like that. Compared to the shit we're looking at here. Way different thing there. But yeah, like it's funny when you think about it that way.
Since not the ones being made, when the team is being played like dual DPS. If you want a more accurate comparison for how sweaty the sheet is getting.
Look,
actually, on the initial video as well, there was on the graph we included the previous Fabi rover the Shorekeeper rotation, which is the rotation from before Zani was released, and this team also plays very much like a dual DPS. In fact, the damage split of Fabi and Spectral Rover is about 40%, both like 45%. They're doing about an even share. So
okay, that I guess that still doesn't get into why are we still comparing it to hypercarry teams like Camellia, Rosia, and Carlotta?
Because every team we're comparing the best possible outcome that we can get on the sheet.
So why are we doing Changli Brand, who are dual DPS and they get the fastest speedrun times?
I'll just put the music back on.
Speedrun time is not directly correlated to Theorycraft spreadsheet times, because these speedrun times, you change your rotation to front load damage and specifically have enough damage to finish bursting down a boss with...
Yeah, like that's the thing, right? Unless the target has infinite HP, when you're playing some of these things, you will adjust your rotation A little bit. Especially when enemies' health is low. Because there's no point in setting up for another rotation and switching to stuff that's gonna be weaker if you're gonna kill it in like the next 10 seconds. And like spending that 10 seconds to set up so that you can then spend 5 seconds to do optimal output. When if you just modify your rotation a bit, you'll kill it in the next 5 seconds or so. Right? Like, at some point you do modify your stuff a little bit in real practice there. Because there's no point in setting up to do it properly once you hit a certain threshold and the thing's about to die. Because you're just wasting your time. Right? The only way where that doesn't come into effect is when the boss has infinite HP and your only concern is doing as much damage as you possible, regardless in that period of time. And even then, depending on how bursty your stuff is, you might change the last 3 seconds before the timer runs out of your rotation, the last 3 to 5 seconds, just to get like an extra nuke off. You might still do that. Right? Like, you might still have stuff like that change in. But that's just what happens normally when you play all sorts of different games. Especially when you're like trying to speedrun stuff. It's just normal behavior. Like, it's not super crazy or complicated when you think about it. But then again, I guess like all these people here, they don't actually like try to speedrun things. Maybe they never tried to or like whatever. But I guess like actually trying to do that type of stuff is gonna be way too hard for them anyways. But like yeah.
Within a certain window with the amount of like echoes and gear you have, and it's different for everyone. If you loop the rotation, a speedrun rotation, it does not loop because they're specifically designed in a way to end with the highest damage possible. For example, if you do a Fabi rotation with Zani, you will start out on Confession, and you will end the rotation by going to Fabi Absolution, because Absolution buffs your Liberation.
Oh yeah, if any of you are in a queue for the new queue for Echo Trials, I'm like doing Echo Trials right now, trying to farm it.
The rotation's completely bricked because you're on Absolution, and it's absolutely
queue for Echo Trials.
Can I
Wait,
simplify
why are you grimacing, Saint? I mean, you know she's not wrong technically.
Yeah,
I've speedran in a lot of other
Yeah,
gods.
no, I can completely
You do have to
understand.
front load a lot of your.
Right, 'cause, like, I want my
completely
title.
understand front loading the damage, but I guess we still know that Chang Li, Jinxie, Chang Li Brand are still, even without using this front loading tech.
I mean, they're talking about some random ass shitty Chinese car, right? Chang Li. Right? This is a Chang Li. Right? Why are they talking too much about this shit car? Look at this thing. Right? This is like a shit car. I mean, it's an electric car here. Top speed 28 miles per hour. 28 miles per hour, what is this? Range estimate 30 miles. Like, this car is so shit. It is called a Chang Li. $10,000. Your entire, like, range is your top speed in 1 hour of driving. And that top speed is, like, nothing. This is, like, a barely, like, 10-20% faster than, like, school loading zone speed or something. Right? But like, yeah, this is a Chang Li. It's a shit car. 28 miles per hour and your range is 30 miles. Basically, 1 hour of driving at max speed is your range. Shit car. That's what a Chang Li is. It's a really shitty car. It's a really, really shit car. That's a Chang Li. Now imagine I was there and be like, why are you guys talking about a really terrible car that has a top speed that basically matches its entire range on a full charge? Same as you say full speed. Wait, what is wait. You're right. You're right. That is sad. Usain Bolt literally runs as fast as that car. Okay, you're right. I thought you were like joking. I thought you were joking. You were being serious. That is hilarious. That is absolutely hilarious.
That we're talking about over here. They still deal a shit ton of damage when played in dual DPS, super optimally and super sweaty.
I don't think that's what Maggie's saying. I think it's DPS across the sustained amount
why
of time.
aren't they put into the comparison too? If we're gonna get giga sweaty and put in absurd rotations that we can't even replicate.
It depends on the city. Here's the thing though, Quark. It depends on the city, especially if you can't charge it in time, and you just run out of battery.
We can't
Can
even
Maggie
replicate those rotations.
make a sheet like segment that just shows what speedrunning a speedrunning team would eventually have across an X amount of time versus like a more stable?
I don't even think we need to get into the speed running because I am pretty confident.
Yeah, imagine you charge it fast and the battery's probably quite small.
Team to loop as well.
I mean, I think it's
I'm
small
pretty-
because of physical weight limitations. Because the thing is so weak, they need to have a smaller, lighter battery. I think that's why it's small, the battery. I don't know, man.
You could think of a rotation, a super sweaty one. If we're gonna go that far for the Zani team,
I mean,
we
for
could make one
sure.
for the chain.
For sure, it's like this guy, Fob Master and Maggie that thinks he's incompetent. The rest are just clowns.
Changli
You
Brandt
could, I mean, just
or Zhang Li out
calculators-
Chang Li.
Right, the
calculators
sulky
prove that
guy.
You could try making one right now.
Well, that's the thing. I'm not over here claiming 15% power creep.
Well,
Bro, you know, I feel like all
let
of this
me-
would be fixed if Saint just made a sheet himself.
Yeah,
I'm not
Yep.
the one
Saint
saying
should
that
make
there's
a
15
himself.
I'm not the one saying that there's
listen,
15% power creep.
Listen,
Why do I need to make this sheet?
I love this argument. It's fun, but like, bro, I feel like it's, and I say this because I've been in like the Genshin space for TCing for so long and see so many people rise and fall in the TC space. It's
Okay.
always so easy to criticize a TCer when you're not the one doing the math.
Yep.
And I'm saying if you do the math, we could just do the math versus the math and see whose math is more correct.
So if I
Yep.
need to go ahead and someone's making a crazy claim of 15% power creep using a super
No.
sweaty
You could say
optimized
everything you're
rotation.
saying. No, saying 100%. You're
Super
right
sweaty
in
optimized
saying.
rotation.
No,
And then
everything
I
you're
have to
saying,
go
you're
ahead
allowed
and then
to.
make a sheet showing the dual DPS of Changli Brandt, of Changli Zhang Li Yao, of Jinxie Chang Li to prove that the 15% power creep is not as high. When the person that's literally the one
Oh, you
curating the
actually
data
went to
that has,
record it?
like, all
Nice.
of this past record of
Nice.
making sheets isn't willing to do the same. That's
Yeah,
what
like
I'm
I
saying
haven't
makes
like
it
really
look like
messed
a
around
narrative.
much with like
When
the
we're
null
going at-
rotation,
looks
like you
a
said.
narrative and an agenda.
'Cause, like,
When
I
we're
don't
going
use it.
ahead and we're playing this team in a super
Right,
sweaty
like I don't
dual
use the
DPS
null
way,
rotation,
but
so
we're
I
not
haven't
running
like messed around with it
comparisons to
myself.
Similarly sweaty dual DPS.
So like I never really like
No,
looked into it too
100%.
much.
I think you're allowed to say everything you're saying right now, and you know, it's like
Yeah,
a lot
the
of it's
agenda,
true,
man.
but in a theorycraft versus theorycraft discussion,
Yeah, that's
the
fair, right? You
easiest
don't
way
have
to
Ray.
discuss-
Because, like, regardless, no matter what, it's like Ray is going to be worse than, no, Ray is going to be better than Noah. Especially when you realize that Ray's freaking matrices are dumb. And Ray has, like, very weird buffs that are for some reason unique instead of additive to other shit. But, like, and, like, Ray actually does damage, right? Because, like, Ray's off-field for Volt is better than Void Piercer's off-field for Volt. It's just weird, just like how little like off-field damage Void Piercer actually does in Volt. Like it's just so weird, but it is what it is. But yeah, it's like you don't have Ray. I mean, you know, it's like you can only get Ray when they had that collab banner, anyways. Like no Ray, you can't do shit with Ray if you don't have it. But yeah, like it's not like you can't use Nola. Right? Like Nola's definitely going to be worse, but not that much worse anyways. Yeah, you were in Volt back then, yeah. Yeah, if you don't have the resources, you don't have the resources. It is what it is. Right, like, it just is what it is at the end of the day. You can either do it or you can't do it. Right? But it's like, you're still gonna clear everything anyways, as is. So it doesn't matter. Besides, it's like, oh yeah, you go do Bygone, sequential, whatever. You're always gonna like modify the last ending of your rotation a little bit if you're about to kill something. Okay, now you can use Meryl, yeah, but then... Yeah, she does worse on Cactus because you don't have her 8th. Yeah. It is what it is, right? I'm not actually, so here's the funny thing. Unless you're using, like, unless we're comparing fully maxed out Void Piercer, if we're talking about, like, A6 4-piece, Ray won't be power crept immediately. It's just because, like, Ray's in a weird position where her shit contributes just enough. Where, like, unless we're talking about theoretical max, as in, like, you have 4-piece 3-star, and not just 4-piece 0-star, A6 Ray won't be power crept soon. I would say, the following Volt sub DPS will finally be enough to, like, in 5.0, to get rid of Ray. But not the next one. But this is assuming, like, A6 4-piece, not A6 4-piece 3-star. A6 4-piece 3-star, the numbers change just a little bit. In which case, yeah, maybe. Like, there's just weird balancing on global in all sorts of places. Like, yeah, fun fact, you know the Zeke Serpent Chain thing, right? We're still barely even halfway through saturating it to the actual limit that you can do. We don't have enough damage to actually hit the Zeke Serpent Chain cap. We're still about halfway there, and I'm assuming max investment using like Void Piercer physical on-field DPS, 4-piece 3-star A6 with 4-piece 3-star A6 Claudia, and then you have 4-piece 3-star Oscar matrices because they don't need not Oscar. I think it was Anka matrices. I think it was when I did like the calc on that thing. It's like, wait, we're still only halfway through saturating Zeke Serpent Chain cap, even in the theoretical max. I was like messing around with shit because like I'm gonna end up making that into a video at some point. Like it's just weird. But like in that situation, like Zeke Serpent Chain is doing like it's effectively like 800% attack off-field damage per second, which is lower than what Asuka and Claudia stuff does, but it is higher than Yan Miao by like 15%. Despite Zeke being older than Yan Miao, it's weird. But that's because like they have like a weird thing going on with Zeke Serpent Chain. Oh, that's cool. But yeah. Hey, if you want to see a different rotation for Nola, Void Piercer, and Toria Vault, yeah. Court got a video of a different rotation. Right. That's pretty nice. Right.
Someone is to just hit them with your own math. It is.
Yeah.
Because like the other side of the argument, like I think I was watching Glaive the other night, and he was talking about how he would also take your claims so much more seriously if you showed numbers. Because a lot of it does feel like you're just coming from an angle of fields crafting. And you would just shut down Meigi so much harder if you just had the numbers.
This is the thing.
Hang on, I have something to add. Yeah, it's not like I've never run freaking Chun-Li rant calculations. If you go to the node library, you can in fact see the execution history for the tens or even hundreds of iterations of Chun-Li rant that have been
cooked. Oh wow, even Meigi actually did it.
I've been able to get a loopable rotation for them too. Is about.
Oh, you had to crank the pit rate, yeah. Of course you had to. It's AMD's encoder.
There's a better rotation, feel free to craft it.
Yep.
Okay, wait. On the other flip side, you know, I have been giving Saint a lot of shit here. Meigi, is there a reason? I swear I saw a title from you that specifically said 15% power creep. Do you actually think Google has power creep?
Yeah, numbers went up. Okay.
Okay,
just
but like
when Carlotta was released.
What is the basis on power creep? Because the power creep is like based on.
It's like Google, yep.
Okay, but like if the content is already clearable with this minimum amount of damage, does the maximum truly matter?
I mean, technically yes, because you're still clearing faster, but that was never the point, you know. Like, well, okay, let's be
Okay, but like,
real.
does clearing
Lowest content-
faster matter if you're already clearing well
No,
ahead of the?
yeah, it does matter, because like think of people who are like not union level 50, you know, people who are kept at level 80 or maybe even before that. You know, people want to know what the maximum potential of a team is, you know, like if you want to say this team.
And like, here's the thing, right? The weaker you are, the more of a gain, the more you have to gain out of using stronger shit with less resources. Because you only have so many resources that are throttled down to you to access every day. So, putting your eggs in the stronger basket is better than putting your eggs in the weaker basket. Like, overall in the long term. If that was what your goal is, to clear the thing. Like, that's the thing there. And the fact that you can clear it more easily, like you can do more damage faster with less, makes a huge difference, especially with how awful the variants and ranges are with Wawa Echoes. Because the reality is, the actual difference in power between them is so drastic. The reality is, if something can do a lot more, the reality is it probably will scale down, and if you have worse stuff, you can probably clear it with worse stuff, with the things she's talking about, but you won't be able to clear it with the same worse shit with a different setup. And that's where it does also play an impact too, because not everyone is playing on the same max field there. Not everyone is, but you can still trickle the stuff down. And having that bigger gap there and knowing where it is, and knowing where to put your resources is, if your whole goal is to clear it for some reason, well, it's the logical path that you should be taking. If that was what your end goal was. So like, it doesn't matter if you can clear it regardless with a weaker setup. That assumes that you already have the setup already. But if you don't have the setup and you're starting from scratch, it does make a big difference. I'm gonna guess though, like, she's probably not gonna say that. Cause like, it seems like it seemed like she was having a hard time to come up with what to say there. But like, yeah.
Team has like this potential, this team has like 1.4x potential, you know. I think that's all very useful information to have, which is why I do theory crafting in the first place, right? Because, I mean, we have to be real. At the end game, none of this content is remotely close to like cutting edge difficulty.
Yeah, just knowing that.
Powerful craft. I mean, you
exactly.
Freaking like solo.
If you know you have a higher ceiling and a higher base floor, that just means there's less work you have to do to make it work than something else. They're also like not considering the amount of stuff they have to put in to make their weird copium shit that they're thinking of that can clear it work. Because the reality is, they're going to have to work a whole lot harder to make it work than doing the thing that will do it with less resources. They're going to have to do things a lot harder. Just because the rotation might be easier to play than the other one, doesn't mean like they're still not putting in the effort elsewhere. They're ignoring that part too. But yeah, you see the strength curve with time should be a sort of a plateau, but we'll see, right? We'll see what happens.
Solo dungeon, solo freaking
Yeah,
and stuff.
It's easier for new players to get 50 to 70%. But here's the thing, right? If the old player needs to do 100% to make their old copium thing work to clear something, if you only have 50% of that, you're not going to clear it. If you have 70% of that, you're not going to clear it. But if you had something that was stronger by like 30% of that, and you had 70% of that investment, now you might be able to clear it. If you think about it that way, right? Because you're still not on the same playing field. You don't have 100% of their power. You have less of it. Right? And then they're also assuming HP inflation and stuff won't happen. right? They're also making that assumption that it won't happen. Which, you know, we'll see. We'll see what happens. And the thing is, you don't just need HP inflation. There's more than one way to get the same thing to happen than just increasing enemy HP. Because they could just go in the game files and be like, okay, we made a new enemy. Instead of increasing its HP by 10%, because everyone hates that, we'll make it take 10% less damage. Right? Instead. And the reality is, something having 10% more HP and taking 10% less damage is going to be the same result. But the second way, they don't even have to change the HP value. And then what they could do is like, okay, we'll make a new character that will ignore a percentage of that reduction, and having that ignoring effect will power creep proportional to how much their ignoring effect is. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, you need 1 over 0.9. Oh yeah, it's 11%. I mean, like, yeah, we're not going that into detail, but like, you get the idea, right? But they can do that. It's not like they won't do that, and then they can't do it, because, like, they could. Right? Or they can use a different stat that they adjust and change here and there. If they want to do it that way, too. They could do it. And they probably already do touch those modifiers anyways for other game modes. So it's not like they could just make it a permanent effect. Yeah, they could do also like extra sneaky, 5% HP increase, and then a 5% damage decrease, yeah. They could do all sorts of things to massage it and play around with it. To make things play out differently. It is what it is. But there's like so many ways they can do it. They just need to get creative enough. You know, it all depends on how creative they can get.
Real, I have S6 Cantarell and I can't beat hologram 6s or the new ones. Like, that shit's hard as fuck. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm stupid. Oh, it is. It absolutely is. And
no, that's because Cantarella sucks, bro.
I have a genuine question though, because I feel like yeah, she does suck. I have a question though, like with this 15% power creep, right? Because I feel like this conversation, it should be more suited to I feel like this conversation should have happened, let's say, when the next Arrow DPS comes out, and then compare it to a 1.0 character as opposed to right now. Like, realistically, I'm gonna just...
I mean, if they want to do that, that's even worse. They wanted to wait longer so they can measure over a longer period of time. That's only gonna get a lot worse if they do that. I mean, they want to measure something even worse. Right? Like, you know, if they're gonna do it that way, it's gonna be a lot worse. Right? Then they can, like, make a funny thing where, like, oh, even bigger power creep. But if you're measuring stuff from, like, back-to-back releases, and you see it being that bad, if you just compare it only within the same element, the actual thing in practice is going to be a lot worse. It would be hilarious, though, if that ends up happening.
Just keep it a stack. No one in this call, respectfully, can fucking do that. So this 15%, I understand why you say, like, oh, power creep exists, but it doesn't really exist.
I could if I tried. I could if I tried, but I agree. Nobody else was trying to make us.
He would when we do it. I feel like it's kind of a
now they're talking over each other.
Like, and I don't think, listen, I personally don't think you're doing this maliciously, but when we say power creep exists, but power creep exists for the 0.2% players who are on Billy speedrunning the fuck out of everything. Like, let's just say...
What? The power creep exists for everyone. You can scale the numbers up and down. If you have less stats, and you're working with less stats, the stuff that's power creeping will still apply, regardless. Yeah, the next Wawa character that's singing buff healer, correct? That'll make it even worse. So yeah, maybe, I don't know. Who knows, man? It is what it is.
Say Wawa has 2 million active players, maybe 20 of those motherfuckers are doing this. So I'm not going to sit here and say, don't do your sheets. I personally don't give a fuck. Do your shit, man.
I mean, like, I think Maggie should have said, hey, look at it this way. You have less resources. Or you only have so much shit to spare. you have less stats to work with. The same numbers will still apply regardless if you have more stats or less stats. But it would also mean you can clear the new thing with significantly less stats than the old thing. Like the amount that you need to clear something. Because they're also forgetting about that experience. What if you're not the newest, what if you're not like that day one player that kept logging in to do your slave labor chores every fucking day for almost a year, and you're like someone that's brand new, or someone that logged in, took a break, came back, and pulled the new shit. Or whatever. Right? Because, like, there's also that perspective to take into consideration. Because the reality is, they get impacted by it, and the impact on them is far greater than the people speedrunning at the top of Bilibili. Playing around with the latest power creep is the easiest way new or returning players get caught up in all these gacha games. It is the easiest way for them to get caught up, because the amount of resources they need to put in to match an older thing is a lot lower than using that older thing and trying to farm all the stuff to match whatever the older people were using. And that's something that they also aren't thinking about and not putting into consideration. Oh, you're talking about the Pepega Gen Z person who can't play these games? Yeah. I mean, it is what it is, man.
But like, when we frame it as, hey, power creep exists, and then let's keep it a stack, there's 6,000 people in Techie's chat, maybe
I mean, like, if I was in there, I would be like, how about this perspective, right? It's like I said before, it's like, what if you took a break? Or you're just brand new to the game, right? And you needed to do damage to clear X piece of content. Are you going to use the weaker thing and put way more resources in? Or use the stronger thing and put less resources in so you can clear it? And that's like a perspective that none of these guys are bringing up and looking into so far. I don't think any of these guys will figure that out. Because there's definitely other people who are doing stuff in there that isn't just, you know, that isn't just your regular slave labor, daily gacha, do your chore farmer, whatever crap. You know? Not everyone is doing that. And that's like another perspective that needs to be factored in. Because it does make a difference too.
maybe 10 of them can possibly do this rotation. It's really not power creep in that
12,000.
sense.
12,000. I'm streaming on Twitch.
12,000.
I mean, then I would also bring up, like, oh yeah, I mean, if you're not doing that many inputs, look at the people playing a fucking musical instrument. They're doing way more shit than these guys are when they're playing the fucking game. They're doing shit that requires a way higher APM. Than pressing two buttons, swapping to the next character to do the same.
That's a bit disingenuous. It's not trying to personally attack you, but like when you look at, let's say, Arlecchino to Mavica, Mavica's dumb easy to use. I just fucking apply Hydro or Cryo ult, and then I'm up 1,000,000 damage, right? Now I know someone's gonna clip that out of context. Say, well, actually, it's not 1,000,000, whatever the fuck.
I think what is happening here is Saint is saying power creep doesn't exist because for the average player, they aren't reaching those potentials. And
I mean, the reality is, it is there. And it's actually a lot more helpful to certain people in ways that they probably don't want to admit. If they want to look at it from a different perspective. Right, like if I look at it from my perspective, it's there. And it does impact everyone. They're fields crafting, they can fields craft all they want, but it does make an impact. It's just that, you know, they might not feel it the same way, but it definitely does. Right? If you can do 15% more with 15% less, why wouldn't you? You know? Why wouldn't you? Yeah, and then didn't they call it hardcore skill game? Rhythm games are far more hardcore skill than Wawa. Actual rhythm game is way harder. Right? Yeah, if Kura makes difficult harder, of course, more casual people quit. I mean, I was told I was too casual for Genshin because I hated the fucking mint picking and crap. And I hated, like, material farming and stuff like that. Blue is no different. It has the same shit too, just reshuffled. Some of it's worse. Arguably. Right? And someone called me too casual for that shit like 2 years ago. I mean, it's like, it took me a while to fully come to... You know what? I actually agree. You got filtered in Tribe 9 rhythm minigame. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, they're not as hard as these people make it out to be. Exactly. They're not. They're not. They just don't play actual fucking games. They're too busy. They're too used to playing their joke gotcha game crap. And stuff like that. Dealing with the bullshit there. They don't look at anything else outside of it. For what they are a joke compared to, like, actual non-gotchas.
So, like, it doesn't really exist in Wuthering Waves, which I think most of us would agree, right? And I think Maggie's saying, in a theoretical maximized potential, which, I mean, a lot of theory crafters do calculate off that, power creep exists because, technically, if you're a fucking iRobot from Will Smith's movie and you're fucking playing it perfectly, right, then you might be able to visually see that, oh my god, I cleared that 15% faster. So, like, maybe this is where the disconnect is coming. One person is playing off of theoretical, like, perfection, and one person is playing off
That's
of,
what I'm saying. In practice, and there's nothing wrong with showing the hypothetical, what the max potential could be, right? But when we frame it as power creep is happening, you also have to realize, and again, this is no personal disrespect for you, but it's not to how do I say this? You lied about the woo-woo shit, and so if someone feels like, well, now you're intentionally lying about this, it's really not that far of a reach to someone to be like, all right, now they're trying to push this agenda because they're salty. Again, I don't personally think you are,
people are actually
but we just
farming
have to be
eco trials
honest here.
now.
And so, like, the framing is just weird.
I
Because
think they disagree on definition of power creep. Yep.
People can do that, and with the unfortunate...
They think that power creep doesn't matter if they can still clear, but they fail to see how it applies to different types of players of different investment and skill levels. Because the reality is, there are people that are going to be way better than these skill-issued Pepega fucks, and they may not want to put anywhere near as much time and other resources or whatever bullshit as these guys are willing to do. They'd rather play something that's mechanically more difficult, but costs significantly less to execute. Right? Which is just the reality of the power creep in this sense. Harder rotation, sure. But, when you think about it, if you're doing 15% more damage, right, compared to the previous strongest thing, and the previous strongest, that means you can also do it. You know, right? If you think about it this way, you do, like, the inverse of that. You can do with less stats. If you think about it. Right? Because then it's like, what? 1 divided by 1.15, you can do it with 87% of the stats of the previous one and get the same clear. If it's doing 15% more damage, what if you had 87% of that investment on the other thing? So you put in 13% less resources and you're getting the same result. That's another way to look at power creep. Because if you can put in less to get the same results, that's less shit that you have to put in. That's like another way to look at it. And to an extent, it is beneficial. To people who don't want to put anywhere near as much. They can put less in, and they can get the same result. Right? Like, that's the other way it impacts people, because not everyone is doing their Pepega farming chore simulator, logging in and slaving away every day.
Fortunate timing of when, you know, you got caught lying, this is now
and not everyone has all the min-max shit that they might have.
The White Knight has just blown this up into a bigger proportion that didn't need to happen.
And not everyone's willing to go put in all that effort there. Especially when, like, the entire process of, like, getting all the shit in there, getting your echoes, leveling it up, and upgrading it is extremely painfully boring and awful. I hate it. You know, I hate that type of shit in a lot of these games. Especially if there's no sweep function. It's just awful. And, like, for me personally, for some of these, it just straight up demotivates me from bothering at all. Because it's like, if I'm not even gonna be able to actually play what little actual game content these things are, and I'm just too busy spending all my time slaving away to deal with this bullshit so that I can maybe play the game, right? And I don't find any of that process there fun, interesting, or whatever, enjoyable, or whatever, and I don't want to do it, then I'm not gonna fucking do it. But if something else can let me get there faster with a lot less, that's at least a lot more appealing, because then I can just do that instead, if that's what I wanted. Because the thing is, faster clears, it trickles down in reverse in a different way. Because you can go with, what if instead of a faster clear, you went with a less investment clear? A worse gear clear, right? You could clear with like especially with like the RNG stat bullshit, you could clear with less optimal gear with a lower stat budget. Because that's another perspective that you could have too. And that's like the perspective I would put to a lot of these gotchas instead. Because like, yeah, anything can, just because anything can clear at the max investment level doesn't mean it's gonna trickle down as smoothly to everyone else down below. But you know, if you're doing 15% more damage, and your only thing that scales your damage stat is, let's say, your attack stat, that means you can get the same result as the other one that can barely clear it with 13% less investment. Right, having 13% less optimal shit. And it will give you the same result. That's like another thing there too. And that's like another perspective that should be considered. Right? Because like, I can say all I want that like, I can go clear the latest flame sequential stage using Levo and ToF. Because I can. But then you have to also consider everything else I put around it. Just because I can do it. The reality is, if I pulled Carrot, if I pulled Ocerata and maxed Ocerata, put Carrot with it, I would clear it way faster and have a way easier time. I would do it way faster and way easier. And I could probably do it with less investment on either of those as well. Right? And that's like another thing to look at too. But like, I guess these guys will never think about looking at the game from that perspective. Of like, they're too busy being stuck in their like min-maxed perspective there. They don't bother trying to evaluate things as if it trickled down. Because like, yeah, like, you know, doing 15% more means you can do the same thing with 13% less. It's the same thing.
Where, to me, as someone who I go, is just gamers, Mtash here. Like, this is where this is happening. So, does that make sense? Like, does that make sense? Or
yo, what if Saint and Maggie just played
Among Us?
No, just played. What was that? Yeah, Split Fiction together.
Split Fiction.
Okay, you know, I saw Saints.
I mean, here's
saw
the thing,
Saints
right?
say, get away from me, freak or whatever.
Here's the thing, Roslyn on field for Frost main DPS is weaker than Void Piercer. And yes, Linsis is stronger than Roslyn. It's like, from the test server, it's like 25% stronger. Linsis versus Roslyn as Frost main DPS. I'm assuming A6 4-piece on each, but it's about a 25% difference. Technically, it varies on if the target has, like, a shield or not, because Roslyn's 2-piece bleed actually bypasses that. But that's like a different thing entirely. But like on average, in most content, it's about a 25% difference of Linsis versus Roslyn. And Roslyn, both Roslyn and Linsis are main DPS on field only. So like you wouldn't use Roslyn and Linsis at the same time because of the opportunity cost of wasting time to on-field one over the other is there, and they don't do anything in the background. But yeah, it's roughly about 25% or so different. They have the exact same role. But yeah. Right, both of them Frost on-field only main DPS. Both of them have another way to get a dot. Roslyn via her 2-piece matrices. Linsis via her via her first advancement gets a dot. Both of them have a resistance ignore effect at a high advancement. Rosalind has hers at A6. Linsis has hers at A5. Right? So it's like, you know, they both have the same resistance ignore, so you can obviously ignore factoring that in when comparing both, because they have the same value, and you can just look at the rest of them separately in a vacuum. But yeah, it's like about 25% power difference there. But then again, it's like they have an exact year time difference between releases. So it's like, that's fine, you know. 25% creep in 12 months. That's like nothing crazy. But like, yeah, like, of course, Rosalind replaced. Rosalind was already replaced by Void Piercer in Frost before. Like, that was already the case. But yeah. That said, though, because of Void Piercer's buff for Frost is off-field only. I mean, is when Void Piercer Frost is off-field only. The gap at least shrunk a tiny bit. Because Rosalind, you know, is on-field and Void Piercer can be used with her off-field. Right, like you still have that situation. But yeah. It is what it is there. But like again, it's like 12-month creep, you know. It's kind of whatever for 12 months creep. It's fine.
Earlier, saying you know it'd be banger content.
What I actually said, Fob, was get the fuck away from me.
Oh, okay,
so,
okay, my
yeah,
bad.
Let's be entirely honest about that one there.
All right, wait, Saint. If you had to choose to play split fiction between Maggie, Mr. Poke, or Genazad, who would you choose?
Oh, damn.
Oh.
Bro's gonna buy a second computer and play with himself.
That's like asking me like who would I prefer? Actually, no. That's probably too deep of a comparison.
Say it.
I was.
Don't Zonzo it.
It's like you only have one bullet. You only have one bullet.
Oh, don't make it too dark, bro. You're gonna do something again. Someone's gonna get pissed off again.
Yeah, I'll be real, man. I think the correct answer is Genocide, bro. I think you and Genocide's beef is gay as fuck. I think y'all need to get over it. That's just my opinion, though.
True.
Yeah, you should keep going after Mr. Pokey, though. That shit's funny as fuck. Hey, Maggie, I also want to say, I really appreciate you coming on my stream today. It was you know, you've been a very nice aura, and I've enjoyed hearing you talk. And I know you probably had a little bit of anxiety coming on this, but I'm very proud of you, and I'm glad to have you on my stream. And I hope that you know that you're very welcome here, and we're all very appreciative of you.
Is stream, yeah, I guess so.
As well, Fob. So, anyways,
but we're looking at Sulky.
Are we done, or we keep going?
No. There was one last point. I
they're
think
gonna keep going.
had with the.
Oh boy.
Right. I mean, since we're all here anyways, Maggie, you might as well talk about what those messages where you specifically said you didn't point any fingers towards anybody, right? But then Saint showed those DM or those like server messages. Is there?
I guess
you
out of
admit
context,
that was
server
insinuating
messages.
Saint?
Nope.
Shut up, Idola.
Fob just changed teams.
Bro, I wasn't on any teams. I was motherfucker.
Bro, the team that Fob needs to go on is Barber. We gotta get you a new haircut, brother.
Let Maggie speak. Let Maggie speak.
Okay.
Yo, Maggie, you good?
Yeah.
Okay,
we're
cool.
good. Okay, so
To do what? It's like
the
what?
way you want to interpret how that is always up to you. I can't.
I mean, if you're asking me
whatever I say
personally,
about,
I'll take Maggie. Because I've worked with Maggie before. And the other two, it's like, I don't care. Sure, whatever. Mr. Poke Genocide seemed like they'd be fine. Sure. Right, if that's me personally, it's like, I don't care. But yeah, it's like, Maggie, I've worked with her before, easier to figure out, to get the stuff going on nicely. But yeah, she's synced up as bald. He'll match his profile pic, true. I mean, what do you expect, man? This dude's, young yeah from Temu? He looks like a young yeah from Temu.
My intentions behind what I said there, no, there's no way to prove if it's one way or another. But I will say that I don't think it was fair to put out an insinuation there when there are people that are out there who can be.
Yeah, we already know her effort. Yeah.
Thought to be the target of said.
Some of her stuff doesn't exactly apply the way it did before though, because there's like some weird shit that went on with some of those like designs and stuff like that with kits. But like, yeah, it's either way. It's like she would like if she was to come back, she'd just figure it out anyways.
Insinuation.
So I guess my response to that is, isn't it pretty fair for a lot of people, especially a lot of your longtime community members, viewers, etc., the discords you frequent, when you're actively on the record talking shit about me, right? Specifically, even on I think it was April 15th, is when you were still harping on and complaining about getting second place in the creator contest. Yeah, April 15th of this year, which is like, I think like a couple of days before you announced your departure from the program.
Where's the proof?
There's literal DMs, not even DMs, public Discord messages of you complaining about losing to me in the contest. And then
oh yeah, Mr.
About,
King
like,
Discord, yeah.
Content is. I think it's pretty fair that when you have like a...
I know about those because I saw them happen in real time, but they were completely taken out of context because the topic was about a bunch of other shit. But they wouldn't know because they never looked at the Discord themselves. That stuff was taken out of context because we were like poking fun at other shit. And Maggie just popped in and we were like all talking about it. I know what went down there because I'm literally in that Discord server. It's whatever. But then they take the whole thing out of context because they don't bother showing the whole thing. Right? And then the funny part too is they don't show any context to anything. That's the funny part with their screenshots. They're all missing the context. So it ends up being funny on that side there.
A literal public track record of, yeah, shit-talking me at so many different points. And those are only the most recent ones. Right? And so if you're still fucking salty about this shit 6 months after the contest, imagine how salty you were the day of, and the months following after the day of. I mean, I think it's pretty fair that people are gonna easily draw insinuations considering all the shit that you've been saying. So I really think this whole like absolving yourself of like responsibility and then leaving it up to interpretation of whoever's seeing it when you're actively going ahead and then saying all this shit. I think that's a pretty. I think that's a bit of a rat move. I'm gonna be honest. I think you're going ahead and you're really giving yourself a lot of benefit of the doubt here when you're literally on the record. I can show the screenshots too. It'll take me a minute to find them, but I've got the screenshots of you talking shit as recently as April 15th.
I mean, it's not actively bad. It is what it is.
I think this case is pretty much over and shut. I think we're all done here, boys. What do y'all think?
I feel like there's really not much more to talk about this. We've already gone through all of this.
Sure. Well, I guess it's up for everyone else to decide. This has been your latest episode of Gotcha Court. Who do you think is innocent? Who do you think is guilty? This is a lot of fun.
I know who's guilty. It's Timothy Randy. He's fucking view botting and
bro got 3.2K views right now.
Bro, is he doing that right now?
Viewers, yeah. No, so he got front page access because Twitch has this application you could just do for front page access, and then he's obviously just been view botting constantly, but now he's just at the top of the Wawa category.
Bro, well, I could go there right now.
It's Timothy Randy, bro. I can't lie.
For 3.6K viewers and a slower chat than fucking like a 100 viewer chat, like.
Bro, it's a single mod and a single VIP.
I don't know, Bob. Sounds like you're hating to me, brother.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's me hating. It's just me hating.
Clearly, what did Timothy Randy do to you, bro?
Yeah, no, clearly.
You know what Timothy Randy did? He signed up for a HSR streaming program, took the fucking prize money from all these other content creators who actually tried their asses off, and then his bum ass is over there paying for view bots.
He won, right?
No, he got some type of placing. It was just like cringe.
That's so fucking.
I think he got money, no? Did he not get money?
So fucking
yeah.
Surely the view button costs more than what he wins, though.
I don't know.
Bob, what you should do is
active, it's just watching. There's no like chatting.
Twitch can't even do anything. I've reported it, and they're like, we literally can't do anything. Yeah.
So there's a view botting problem en masse on Twitch, and the worst thing is that nothing's going to be done about it because it's good for the website that it happens. because they can sell to advertisers that there's more active users than there actually are in order to secure more sponsors wide for pre-rolls and mid-rolls on Twitch. So it's an issue that everybody's going to just have to deal with. And I've given up trying to combat this about 3 years ago with the blatant Genshin Impact botting, which, I mean, I'm sure at this point we all know that companies view bot their streamers. This also happened with another big controversy with Progressive view botting their streamers. It's just things that companies do, and it's kind of just a losing battle. The only way that you can beat it is just take comfort in knowing that any of these people that see Timothy Randy's stream are going to be met with a sub-tier product, and they'll leave immediately, and just hopefully you're in the second spot. So, you know, I mean, I've already confronted this guy many times over the years that he's a blatant fucking view botter, and yeah, nothing's going to fucking change, unfortunately.
Bob, you should make a video about it, and then we can all react to it.
Bro, there's no point. It's literally a pointless thing. He's basically come out before he's addressed it and said there's someone aggressively view botting him, like he's being attacked by view botters, which makes no sense because they happen to coincide with streaming events. Like, why?
Yeah. Hey, just do the same thing that he's doing then.
Yeah, okay. Anyways, you guys should play Tribe 9. Bye-bye.
True. Game's dead, bro. Game's dead.
Tribe 90,000. Tribe 90,000.
Game's dead.
Shut the fuck up. It had more players than Wizardry for a day.
It's because they extended the patch, bro.
Okay.
Okay. Alright, well, I'm out.
Does it go on for longer?
Alright.
Does it go on for longer? Or is that it? Is that it? Or does it go on for longer or whatever?
I honestly have no clue. What we concluded.
Yeah, because, like, they basically went nowhere. Basically, that entire chat that they went through was a complete waste of time. They basically wasted their time because they went to nowhere. Though I think maybe she could have said this. If you're creeping by 15% over an old comp, that means you can also achieve the same result with 13% less investment. Which for some people, you know, that can be huge. Right? You can have 13% less min-max stats and have the same result, which is pretty big, especially when you consider just how awful the actual rolling echo probability stuff is. Being able to do it 13% less is massive. You don't need that, like, tier 8 roll. You can go all the way down in terms of, like, straight to, like, a tier 4 or 5 roll for each piece. I think it was. And still achieve the same result when you think about it that way. If we're talking about min-maxing. Because, like, there's the other way to look at it too. Right? If you're doing 1 divided by 1.15, right, that's like a 13% difference. Yeah, because 2 people about to have 0.0000001% brain cell to understand what she was saying, yeah. Because, like, there's other ways that creep makes a difference and helps people. Right? Like, we say it all the time, right? Power creep helps new players for, like, ToF and stuff. Because the reality is they can get the same result as something else with less resources. At the end of the day, that's just going to be the reality with power creep. You can do the same result with more or the same result with less. Right? With the newer one. If your only goal is to achieve the same end result. But also, if you have no resources or your resources are extremely limited, it makes sense to just do the one that can do it with less. And it's not like the rotation and pressing the buttons is anything super complicated or difficult compared to other things people could be doing. Yeah, only smart people know what Maggie said. Though there is something she could have said to instantly shut all their arguments down. Because they're only fixated on min-maxed, and they're ignoring everything else. Because the reality is, there's a lot of people that aren't min-maxing shit, and the reality is, if you can get the same result with less, why not get the same result with less? Because that's the other way to look at power creep. If the content difficulty stays the same, but you have the creep, you can still clear the same thing. You can either clear it faster at the same at the same investment, or you can complete it at the same speed with less investment. And that's the thing that they don't think about. I don't understand why none of them had thought about that. And that's like what I was thinking. Wait. Right? Because like, if you're gonna clear it anyways, what if you cleared it with less investment? Because that has a bigger impact on a larger amount of players. Especially those that are not trapped and isolated in their weird bubble that they like to trap themselves in. That difference is a lot more impactful. No, they don't. And I feel like Maggie was losing brain cells just by being there. Probably why she might have not have thought of that. Because the thing is, I remember when we did that that stream for before ToF the publisher shift over, right? She mentioned something that could have hinted at that type of ideas when she was doing the theory crafting back then. It's like, well, there's also the other perspective. Like, she kind of mentioned something and hinted at that type of perspective, but didn't outright say it. So she was probably maybe thinking about it, but couldn't get the words across. But, like, that's the other way to look at it. Because, like, yeah, you know, you can do a lot more damage than is needed to go clear stuff, and you can go clear things faster. But if your only goal is to clear, right, there's two ways to go about it. You go for the highest investment to use a weaker thing, or a lesser investment to use a stronger thing. If your only goal is to get the clear. Right, and for a lot of people, their only goal is to get the clear anyways. And like, hey, if they already have the stuff anyways, why not make use of it? But yeah, and their anxiety was running through the roof. Yeah, probably. It is what it is. But like, yeah, that's like another thing to look at. It's like, wait, you can clear with less too. Right? 15% stronger means you can clear it with 13% less. Right? Like, that's just another way to do the math there. Right? If you do 1 divided by 1.15, that's like 86.9%, 0.869 and a bunch of other numbers. Right? You round it, that's like 13%. Right? It's a little bit more than 13%, so like, yeah, again, like you can do it with like a little bit more than 13% less investment. But yeah, to get the same result. Yeah, it's 1 versus 7, but it is what it is, yeah. And that's just how I look at it, man. Too smart, she's being dragged down to their level. Right? Because, like, again, there's more than one way to look at creep. If the content stays the same, doing more with less is another thing that can happen. And, like, the reality is, unless they can see the future and see what the hell they're doing in the future, it doesn't mean that they won't balance future stuff around the creep at some point. Because eventually they will. And it's gonna be a lot more painful because instead of just adding more floors to the stuff, they just reset and replace it. So, like, it'll be funny when they actually do eventually balance around the newer power level. Because, like, pretty much all these live service gacha games will eventually creep their content to match the newer power level. Like, off stream, like, in the even Infinity Nikki, man, off stream, like, I had, like, a bunch of older maxed out, like, fully upgraded, sets, right? I was doing the new Mirror Crown off stream the other day, and it was barely clearing 3-star on all of them. And I had, like, a bunch of various different sets, for different, types that were fully upgraded in the 4-star and the 5-star ones to match the theme. And I was barely clearing. Yeah, I have, like, and the thing is, I was using max glowed up shit. Everything is max glowed up. Right? It's like, it was, like, slow and gradual, but it's, like, it's slowly increasing there. Right? And, like, the thing is, power creep will always be in these things, and they have differing, there are different ways it can impact players. The speedrunners will be impacted one way, and everyone else is impacted a different way. But they're still impacted by it. Doesn't matter if the rotation is harder or easier to play. And it's like, regardless, it's not like these rotations are anything that crazy when you compare it to like actual other games that people play that actually need a high APM, or like playing a musical instrument, because that shit is way harder than dealing with the shit in these gacha games. Playing an actual musical instrument. And depending on or osu, or a rhythm game, that stuff is way harder. Alright? Like, a lot of that stuff is way harder. Especially when you need to react and you're trying, or like speedrunning in like actual games that like, where you're actually speedrunning shit. Right? Like, I bet like, if I was to like, you know, like, I bet like none of the people that was in that call could probably try to ever hope to try to beat my times in stuff like, when I go play a fucking, Sonic game or something. I bet like they're never gonna get close to it. Because like, to some extent, like, with how fast you're moving, like how quickly you have to react to, or you're just gonna get smacked by shit. Oh, this was just some guy trying to help Maggie or something. Kumaki. They apparently got into a call with Kektone, Maggie, Saintone Taz, Atoma, Ethan, Fobmaster, who else was in there? There was like a bunch of the clowns. You know, the cabinets one, whatever. There was like so many of them in there. But it's like, they were basically talking over each thing. Like, Maggie could barely talk in there. And like, they basically went nowhere. It was like a waste of time.
I feel like we got nowhere with this conversation.
Right?
Like, the main issues we're not even like talking about. I was kind of hoping that like we'd talk about some other things, but
yeah, the brain rot group.
Yeah, I feel like we got nowhere with this. I think Glaive has gone through 10 bags. Popcorn? Yeah, Glaive surely has. We could just leave it at that. I guess like nothing changed. And all my efforts were for like genuinely nothing. I feel like this space is just gonna continue, and I just also happened to put more fuel onto the same fire. I just put more fuel onto the same fire. I feel like.
Okay, that BS you switched off, yeah. Again, it's like they also ignore other things too.
It's funny understands how dangerous insinuations can be in this particular instance.
Right, they just ignore other aspects of it.
Hi, Selkie.
It's like, yeah, power creep affects everyone. Right, like, it affects everyone in different ways. Alright, if they're only thinking about speedrunning, they're missing the point. They're missing the point.
I'm pretty confused where we got with this.
Damn, the guy hates YouTube chat. They don't realize that's just a relay chat bot for YouTube. Because like half the viewers, actually more than half the viewers at the moment, aren't even on Twitch, they're on YouTube. They're watching from YouTube. They didn't notice. They're trying to add the chat bot. They're trying to add my chat bot. That is funny. That is funny.
Yeah, I didn't make anything better. That's definitely true.
Anything to keep it going, yeah. They just want to keep it going.
Who won? I don't think anyone won.
And like, yeah, there's no winning in there. Because they didn't even want to actually go over it. There is no way to win. If they weren't competing over shit anyways. Yeah, they got power creep. It is what it is. And the reality is, it's not like the power creep is a bad thing either. It is beneficial. At least at the moment. At least until they start rebalancing stuff around it. Because eventually it will happen. It'll eventually get rebalanced around the creep at some point in time. And when it does, it's gonna have a different set of results and everything there. But like, again, it's like, it still does impact them. Yeah, they're blind. Right? But then again, it's like they don't even play this shit because they have nothing to play. They have account managers and shit to do everything for them. Right? Or they're gonna use borrowed accounts here and there. Right? So like they don't see what the regular player will have to see every day. And have to deal with. Because they have someone else dealing with it instead. Someone else is doing it. Someone else is dealing with it. It's their problem and not theirs. But yeah. Yeah, Rexland already said, yeah, gotcha, of course, power creep, yeah. And the reality is, again, like, they don't look at it, like, at all sides of it. Because there is a positive to it all. But yeah. Yeah, just parroting their opinion, sharing DMs. They'll share it out of context too. They're sharing stuff out of context. It's not even just DMs. Because they were just sharing out stuff like just chat messages out of context. They got clapped by Rex and Sweetly, yeah. Of course they did.
I mean, the Saint Tonda's claims are still partly false. And May has corrected them.
I think they had like some weird like race competition thing on something before.
At them. She
I don't
said so
know.
herself.
I don't pay too much attention.
So like damage control, so they can go back to the drama farm. I don't know what damage control even happened. Please don't let people gaslight you about your intentions.
The tournament,
no,
I think, yeah, maybe.
I don't let anyone gaslight me. It's more of a... I'm thinking back, and I'm just like... What is the effective result of this? What is the effective result of this?
Oh, well, it is
Kinda
what it
makes me
is.
sad, honestly. Makes saying that maybe play split faction with a persona. That's the kind of content I would want.
Them playing split fiction, okay.
That's the kind of content I would want. Instead of beef, they just go like PvP and like, I don't know, Among Us or League of Legends or something, and they play against each other. How would that not just be like a lot better? Just let your skills talk. You shouldn't have involved yourself in there in the first place. Probably shouldn't have. You're probably even right about that. Now I think a lot of people are just like try to like turn this into a turn this into a agenda against me.
And now
try to think that I
they need to know
involved
mostly
myself in
Clown
the
told us
same
that it's just a
manner
game.
as
Yep.
Mtashed, and
It is.
try to insinuate that I am just farming this for content or viewers, but I just don't give a fuck, I'm gonna be honest.
Okay.
I told you it fall like a wet napkin. I like calling myself out. I would like to have more of a conversation, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'll be honest with you, I just try to have a... You get less involved, it seems that it really affect you personally. Yeah, it does, it does. Drama will never end because Annie was an absolute flop. The game actually had content, there would be zero problems. I partly agree with that, but I think it goes beyond... I think it goes beyond like...
It goes beyond
just
the game being so dead
not being
down.
satisfactory in some regards.
It all goes because
like
bro
I kinda
didn't
wanna get on
jump
the call
when Tontas told him to,
to
yep.
discuss the gacha space, but I feel like the only thing we got is like Fob and Saint like saying saying a bunch of things, and then Maggie pretty much presenting why our calcs are correct, even if the first iteration of them was not correct. But the end result is still correct. So
yeah, end result's the same, so
I
it doesn't
think
matter.
saying that the power creep is in any way now different is kind of untrue. But also saying that it's always 15% for everyone is also like not true. So I'm kind of just like
I mean, the thing is, though, none of them understand the other perspective, right? 15%, like I said before. If you're creeping by 15%, and your goal is to do X amount of damage in Y amount of time, that means you can do that same X amount of damage with 13% less resources in that same Y amount of time. And that does have an impact there on everyone else, not just the speedrunners. Because it means you can do more with less. That's what it also means. If you look at theory crafting from that perspective. Right? You only have so much of your resin wayplates or whatever fuck material to deal with every day. If you even want to at all. Right? So like, hey. Wouldn't it be more beneficial if you could do the same thing with less? Right? If your goal is the same, if you have the same goal, but achieving it with less, that's the other way it impacts you. Whether you'd like to admit it or not. And this applies to other games too. Right? If you think about it that way, if you need to do the same amount of damage, just take what just take what the creep value is amount, add 1, divide it by 100, add 1 to it. So let's say if it's 10% be 1.1, 15% 1.15, and take that number and just simply do 1 divided by that number, and then multiply that by 100 and subtract 100 from it, and change that to a positive value, and you would get the exact percent less investment you would need. It's like another way to look at it. Yeah, they don't understand logic, yeah. Right, it's like, they kept just talking about speedrunning, that they forgot to look at it, like, at literally any other perspective. Because yeah, that's true, not everyone is going to be doing sweaty speedrunning. But some people don't mind playing a harder or sweatier rotation to get the same result as something else, if it means they can put less resources in. Because there are people that will be willing to do that, whether they like it or not. And they don't want to admit that. Or rather, they probably don't have the brain capacity, the mental capacity, to even figure that out too. Because there's an opposite way to look at it, where it's still very much impactful. In fact, that perspective is far more impactful overall than, 20 people speedrunning it for fastest clear time. Because everyone can make use of it. And if your goal is the same end result, but you can do less, easier time. What do you mean they're reflecting on my glasses? They're not. They are not. Don't worry.
This weird spot. The only issue is that Maggie's rotation is a bit extreme.
Yeah, easier way. Get the same number, take the percentage, divided by the percentage plus 100. Yeah, multiply by 100, yeah.
Yeah.
That's another way to do it too. Same result. But yeah.
Guys, like... I don't know. I kind of just feel empty after this conversation. I don't even feel better. I just feel like...
Yeah, they don't want to... They don't want to.
Like,
because it goes against their agenda, right? Where they want to prop up Boo at the expense of Hoyo. When in the reality, they're the same piece of shit. They're the same predatory garbage. Oh no, just because they made one thing 10% less awful than the other. But yeah, example, yeah. 100 plus 100 divided by 200, you need 50% less, yeah. Exactly, 50% less stats, yeah. You're glad HSR above Wawa? Imagine the noise it would have made if it was the other way around, yeah. It is what it is, man.
Was gained, and we all just lost, and wanna play Tetris? I will be playing a bit of teamfight tactics after stream. You tried and that's what counts. I feel a bit bad because I feel like I just added more fuel to the fire.
Oh boy.
I'm not really sure. Well, yeah.
Does it go
approved
anywhere
I'm a
else?
hypocrite.
Let's speed it up.
I feel like derailed from a good points. I feel like they didn't even want to have a conversation.
They didn't even want to, yep.
I felt like they were just there to make sure, yeah, Maggie has lied. And yeah, Saint was kind of right about what he said. I feel like that's a feeling I kind of got what the entire conversation was for.
They wanted
to make
to
sure that, like,
push that around,
yeah.
yeah.
White Knight. When I'm, like, how am I white knighting? I'm just like Saint called out something wrong. I'm also calling him out for being wrong. Which, you know, if he says that 15% power creep claim was wrong, well, we proved that to be right. So, your presence in that conversation was totally irrelevant. I felt like we just talked about something else. I mean, they had a point. They had a point that I had the option to just not, interact with it at all. And the thing is, that's what a smart content creator would do. That's what a smart content creator would do.
Yeah, this is why Kectone ended the way he did, yeah.
But
just like, again, like, they want to get everything across the way they do.
I'm not a smart content creator.
Unfortunately, that's just what happens.
I act based on empathy, and I know people will think that I'm the next Empashed, trying to get in on this drama to farm more views, but
denying is their forte and they're
it wasn't
blind,
your
yeah.
fight.
Of course. If not, they'll just try to trick you and manipulate you into thinking otherwise.
If you get beaten up, do you just stand on the side and let him get beaten up? Now, truly shown a bad light on you? I never cared if it does or doesn't. If you actually want to try and genuinely fix something instead of just putting dirt on saying I have a call with him, I literally invited him to have a call with me like several times. You can go for my VOD.
Yeah, Baltoon just laughing the whole time, not
but
surprised.
He was in my chat, not actually accepting the call.
Not surprised. And that, you know, here's the thing: if that's what happens, I feel really bad. I feel bad because the guys who are working on Ananta will have to deal with them. If they actually jump over and bring the same behavior over there, I feel really bad. Because then they become the next victim of these clowns. Right? So, like, the reality is we gotta hope, at least, no matter what, all these other things that are coming out, we gatekeep all of them away. You keep them all away. You keep your Kectone, you keep your Saint Tone Task, you keep your Atoma, you keep your Kazuhana, you keep your Ethan away, you keep your Ryuku Sensei, who's also in there, like, farming this shit too. You keep, who else did we miss out? Yeah, I think we said Ethan, Athoma, Captain Cabinets, whatever. Keep them all away. You want to lock them out and don't let them get in. That's the only way, like, you know, if you stop them from, like, breaching it, you know? You gotta keep them away, man. The Ananta people, Azure Permillion, whatever, keep them away. They're just going to make it worse. They're going to bring all these problems over there, too. So you want to keep them away and keep them isolated. Right? Like, you just want to keep them isolated and keep them away. Because we don't want, like, they don't want the other shit to get dragged down. I mean, Enfield will probably at least keep Tectone away, I think. They're probably gonna at least keep Tectone away. But the other stuff, I don't know. But, like, yeah. Keeping them away is, like, what should be done, man. It's, like, the only real thing to do. Especially when I keep things going the way they are, like, we should be, like, trying to keep them away. Don't want them in. That's, like, the only thing we can do. They'll try it and they'll quit, yeah, whatever. If that's what happens, NTE gets spared. I mean, Arknights will keep Tectone away for sure. They fucking hate his ass. And for good reason, too. Oh, true. Hope it survives just enough like dead PGR so they all stay there. True, true, true. Keep them all in there. Keep them all in there. Keep them locked in. Right, you lock them up, throw away the key. Keep them all in there. Especially if that's how they're gonna act. It'll be the next thing they try to attack, yeah. I mean, it's like, it's not as if they haven't already tried. To some extent here and there. Yeah, it's like you bring it up, share it around, gatekeep. That's what we should all be doing. Just gatekeep them out. Gotta gatekeep them. Limbus people too hate Kectone good. Keep him out. Keep him out, otherwise he's gonna make it worse. Right? Because, like, Kectone comes in, he AoE brings in all the other problems with him. They might try to get him. I don't doubt that. I do expect that to happen. For sure. I do expect that to happen. Right? Like, I do expect it. Oh, it'll be an Arknight collab with Limbus? Oh, good for them. Good for them, man. Good for them. Yeah, PGR kept Tectone out by being too skill-oriented. Yeah, I guess it was too hard for them. True, too hard for them. They can't handle it. Yeah, not being popular, basically, if you're a game not high cake, you don't touch, yeah. I mean, cause like, if it's not like that crazy, right? They have less shit to farm. They're looking for whatever they can farm. That's all they do.
Call him straight up? Well, how? No, on
Right.
stream, I told him that I don't like what he's doing. I told him that I wish for him to treat everyone like he treats me. But he clearly doesn't. I mean, that's kind of me telling him what to do, but doesn't that make more sense to be nice to people? Like even when I've wronged him, he kind of gave me the chance to explain myself and, like, come to a better outcome and conclusion. And that was great, right? I think the conversation me and Saint had, where I just admitted, yeah, I did something wrong, and, you know, he could have also handled the situation better, and we agreed that we handle things privately first. That was great. But he just didn't reach out to me after yesterday at all. He didn't even respond. Like, I don't know, man. I just feel like, are you aware that a lot of people on the call doesn't care and just want to farm content? Yeah, I'm aware of that. It's exactly the reason why I'm not really fond of the content creation space. I feel like a lot of people, since as you lied about him using leaks, well, I literally proved it on my stream, don't know. Like, whatever, it's not about that, I don't care about that anymore. I don't know. I just feel like if this space is just all about farming content...
It is, unfortunately.
Like, if this space is all about farming content, yeah, I don't know how much I want to be part of it.
Understandable.
I know people just think like I'm a white knight or whatever. This guy's how does he only have 300 viewers? Bro,
I wouldn't be surprised if they're looking at him that way. The thing is, right? So there's two ways I see this. The CN companies that are aware of everything that goes on, that are not new to the space, they are definitely, like, looking into him and are very aware of what's going on. And then you have the other companies that are just starting their own self-publishing thing and breaking out of China. And they're completely unaware and they don't know what's going on. Right? There's like two sets, and we see both. So yeah. To some extent, yeah, I guess it does. Yeah. And nobody's surprised, yeah. It is what it is. Right, I remember again, like, remember when the Arknight's Enfield closed beta happened back in, was it, at end of January? Within minutes of Tectone logging in and going live, his account got banned immediately. Because they really don't want him there. They just straight up ban him on site. He's just like, gone. Like immediately, as soon as they found something to tie to the account he was using, they immediately went and banned it. Immediately. So yeah. Hence why Wawa beta pivoted towards them. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. Right? Is there anything else here?
Yeah, I don't know. You'd be blushing. It's again a problem because Magus at 50% power creep, but most people can't achieve that power creep.
Except they can if they look at it, if they change the perspective. Right? Like, the only perspective that you can have on it is not just speedrunning. But like they're trapped in their echo chamber where they think everything is min-maxed and don't bother to look at the opposite end of what if they're not and they're working towards it and the implications and meanings behind that. Because that's another perspective that does exist when you try to factor things as you trickle it down. Because it does have an impact. In Azure Premilia, we'll see. Hopefully they keep them out, man. Hopefully. Hopefully for them they get kept out. I'm still very skeptical on Azure Premilia as it is, because like I don't know what the hell they're really trying to do there. But I do wish them luck, because I'd rather not have them put out a shit game and actually put out a game than fall into the same footsteps as the rest of these garbage gotchas. Because let's be real. That's what they kinda are. Is there like anything else then? I guess then we'll just end off after that, if there's like nothing else. We're not gonna bother giving Saint Tone Test a view, no thanks. What else was in our react thing here? How far back, like how far behind are we? I don't know, did we see the crash out video? There's a problem with Twitch. I mean, they're talking about the political shit there, yeah. That is a problem. Shit's why we had an adpocalypse on Twitch last year. Cause a lot of brands and stuff don't want their ads being on political crap. And I fully understand why, cause, yeah, it's not great. This game's kinda bad. I think we already did see these ones. So it's like we got this one to look at, I think. I think we already saw that one. And then we'll figure out from here. We saw this one already. Honestly, I should just delete the ones we've already seen, maybe. Yeah, we did see the Diablo one. We did. I think we'll just save it then for tomorrow or something. Like I said, short stream, we've still been live for 5 hours. Right, it's about to be 5 AM soon. Yeah, we've been live for just over 5 hours. Sonic X coming back, I guess. Oh, actually, wait. Someone made a mod for Shadow Gens and for Sonic Frontiers where you got Sonic X, the Sonic X model. Like, it looked like Sonic X Sonic in them. Let me see if I can pull it up. I was like messing around with it off stream the other day. It looks like, it actually looks pretty neat. And then there's like, here. Right, like, look at like how stylized it is. It actually does look pretty neat in the game. But obviously art style doesn't quite... In this part, it doesn't quite match. Oh yeah. Right, and they're like showing different animations and stuff.
Oh well.
They couldn't get the mouth to move though.
None. Here we go.
And then they had like the Shadow Gens one too. Nice Doom Blast. Bio Lizard fight. Alright, like they have it on Bio Lizard fight. Just so you can see like the animations of the cutscene.
Out of my way. Take this.
But yeah, it's a cool mod. Too bad it still has like the Shadow Gen's boost animation. Yeah. But yeah, the mod does look really cool.
I will become every obstacle with this power.
And then you have it in Frontiers as well. It looks even better in Frontiers. Especially with that, like, that boost trail. Especially with the power boost trail. It looks so much better here. Right, just the stylization of that, and then you have this boost trail behind it. It's like from Tron, yeah. It looks really nice. Okay, the falling animation there though, that frame rate is yikes. But like, hey, for a fan-made mod, it's pretty cool. You can definitely tell the animation's at a low frame rate for that falling thing though. Yeah, every Sonic game, Sonic can just break it, man. I mean, that's just what happens when you go so fast. That's part of the territory. I didn't try to like air boost through all of that. Did it even get S rank? No, I too slow, right? Yeah, that wasn't an S rank. It's like 55 seconds. It was a bit over 55. But what the fuck happened to Space Colony Arc? That's not what the stage is supposed to look like. Wait, is this a challenge stage? It probably is. Oh yeah, this is a challenge stage.
There's nothing I cannot do.
Yeah, this is a challenge stage. I think that is for a custom stage.
Now behold.
Oh, they got voices too. Oh, that's sick. They got voices.
Nice.
Yep. Yeah, this was a challenge stage. So was this one. Yeah, because it's not just the regular Rail Canyon stage. Oh, we added the spike balls to this.
I thought so.
But like, yeah, it's a cool mod.
Out of my way.
But yeah, it's like they modded the Sonic X models, well, not models, but they made like like they stylized it to look like Sonic X. Right, that old series. It's cool. But yeah, it's funny, it's like looking back, this is like a Fenrir creep, man. It's like, wait, actually... It's like, wait. Why were people freaking out over this shit again? Right, when you look it back, it's just kind of funny. Oh, there's a lot of... They just need to... what they can do is give it Sonic Frontiers physics. They figured out how to do it properly in Frontiers. Just give it Frontiers physics. When you, like, turn up all the sliders and shit. Like, turn them up or turn them off. Like, turn off jump deceleration and, like, do all the other shit. It's like, yeah, it fixes it. They kind of figured out how to, like, nicely do it with Frontiers. But yeah. I guess that's it, though. Alright, we're gonna have, like, weekly reset in a bit. I think we'll just end off here. Right. I think this is a good place to end off. You know, fine, we'll do this first.
Hey, friends.
Alright, what's this about? I don't pay attention to this guy. This is the guy who does, like, the, was it, like, various game music here, acapella stuff or something? I haven't looked at this shit in, like, forever.
Carl, my little buddy, has passed away.
His dog died, rip.
He lived to be 14 and a half years old, and these past few months,
Yeah.
ever since January, he developed a pretty intense chest infection.
Oh, rip.
Which, in
They
the
put
end,
out,
took him-
I'm gonna
he was
guess
on
they
a
put down his dog just so it wouldn't
an
suffer.
intense regimen of medicine and supplements to kind of bring him back, and he was doing so well. He actually alleviated a lot of his symptoms. He was able
Okay.
to breathe better and everything, but the last 3 days it was just too much, and he passed away 3 days ago.
Poor doggo.
And you know, he was my first pet. He wasn't my first pet that I grew up with, but he was the first pet that was
Yep.
mine. He was born to a family cat that was my parents named Snickle Fritz, which is his mom. And Snickle Fritz had a litter of kitties.
Oh, his cat
and
died.
A gray cat
Okay.
came out, a tabby cat came out, and kind of a mottled one came out. And the next day I went in there to look at her kitties, and there was another one, a little black kitty. And I said, what in the world? 24 hours later, and he was alive. So he was kind of a miracle cat from the beginning. And how I came to own him was, I never really intended to own him, but as his brothers and sisters were being adopted, one of them left, another one left, another one left, and then all that was left was the little black one. And he was the runt of the litter. You know, he was born late. He was always smaller than his brothers and sisters, and he was a black cat. And as you guys may know, black cats don't get adopted at the same rate as other cats. There's superstitions, but I never had any superstitions about him. So when I had, well, it was one of my first apartments, and I wanted a cat. You know, he was left, and I said, I'll take him. So I took him, brought him to my apartment, and I named him Charles, which I thought was a completely made-up name, by the way.
Okay.
I thought it was a name that I named one of my MMO characters a long time ago, but turns out it's a Dutch name. It's a Dutch male name. And I didn't even realize that until some guy named Charles won the Masters golf tournament, and my dad called me up and said, hey, you know the name Charles, you named your cat? Well, Charles just won the Masters golf tournament. And I was like, what? So turns out it was a real name.
Okay.
It's Dutch. But
Dutch name.
He was a wonderful cat. You know,
cool.
He was, like I said, he was the runt of the litter. He was smaller. He also had kind of an issue where he couldn't meow for the first 6 months of his life.
Oh, damn.
He was completely silent. He would open his mouth to meow sometimes, but nothing would come out at all until he was around 6 months old. I remember he meowed and the tiny little squeak came out. Tiny little squeak. And from then on, he developed his voice. And he could meow from then on, but it was always higher pitched than other cats. And, you know, it's funny because even Angel, this girl right here, who's sleeping, I think, when I got her 4 years ago, her meow was always deeper than Charles, and Charles was a big
Damn.
So that was always funny for people to see and hear. But yeah, Charles was a wonderful cat, and I'll miss him. He was so special. He was just my buddy. He was my lap cat, you know, and as most of you know, he's been in, you know, virtually every single one of my videos up until a year or two ago. Because, and that came about by accident, because he would hop up on my lap while I would record music and hang out. And
okay.
The day I was recording Zelda's Lullaby back in 2013, he hopped up on my lap and I was like, you know what? You're going to be a part of it, buddy. And he was so chill. He's such a chill cat. You know, you could wave his arms around, you could hold him. I would pick him up like a baby upside down and pet him. And, you know, he was one of those cats that would allow you to do that. And I kind of trained him early on that, you know, being, you know, with lots of love, that, you know, he could be held and pet. Just had the best demeanor, and you know, it makes me sad that he'll never grace one of my videos again. You know, Angel, she'll have to, you know, be the star of the show from now on, and she has this year, as you guys have seen in my recent videos. She's been, you know, picking up the slack while Charles was sick. I was hoping that Charles would recover and be in the videos again, but wasn't meant to be. You know, he's no longer suffering anymore, and he's in a better place. But I wanted to make this video to not just let you know what's going on with that, but also I wanted to show you guys a little memorial video I made.
Okay, and they made a memorial video?
Well, I put together something to show how many years he's been a part of my channel, all the way from 2012 when I had 9 subscribers, all the way to his last appearance in 2023 with in the Zelda Ocarina of Time Sheik's theme, which fittingly was he was in the video, but also Angel, you know, my new cat. They were both in that video, so it was kind of like a passing of the torch. So, but yeah, I wanted to show you guys this, so enjoy.
I got a pet cat that watches me play. He picks up new tips every single day. I got him a laptop that fits his size. You would never believe the way his kitty eyes follow every little player that comes on his screen. Imagine the surprise of the opposing team when they find out they got destroyed by a cat that was trained by the best. Imagine that.
And they got the cat there again too. Okay. But yeah, rip his cat, man. Sag, rip his cat. Yep. $14 that's crazy. 14 years and no more. Would have turned 15, yeah. It's not that long? I don't know. The record is at 38 years, but that's what species of cat? What species? But damn. Some mixed tabby, I see. But yeah, rip the cat, man. $14 times 9 indoor cat, you can figure out how they age. I see. Poor cat, man. I mean, I guess if that's how you're gonna go over the scale, still. A rip for the cat. You know, I really wonder though, is that really how they go about it? They just multiply by some whatever number? That's how they age the cat? For sure. That's still what, like 126 years or something? If that's the case? If that's really how you're supposed to measure it? Damn. Right, like, damn. He is different for outdoor cats? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how the hell we freaking measure this stuff. Right, because, like, that's, I guess, a different way to look at it. Dogs is times 7. Fair enough. But yeah. This is a good place to end it off then. As usual though, guys, thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. We at least look through the drama shit there. Alright, with their thing there, but yeah. You guys have a good day or night or whatever. We have weekly reset stuff after. But yeah, see you guys. See ya.